become refer to the Russian criminal invasion of Ukraine. You call it the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. You have to add unprovoked. Just out of curiosity, I did a Google search. Look for the phrase unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. In 30 seconds, it gave 2.5 million hits. Again, out of curiosity, I looked for the phrase unprovoked invasion of Iraq. 11,000 hits, all of them from marginal anti-war publications. Well, that's interesting in itself. It's even more interesting when you look at the fact. The invasion of Iraq was totally unprovoked. There wasn't a particle of provocation. Cheney and Rumsfeld had to resort to torture to try to elicit some evidence that Saddam Hussein had something to do with al-Qaeda. Even the vanishing weapons of mass destruction, if there'd been any reason to believe they existed, would have been no provocation. So it was totally unprovoked. But you can't say that. In contrast, the invasion of Ukraine was provoked. That in this crazy climate, you have to add the truism that that doesn't justify it. But there was plenty of provocation that run through the record. It's recognized by the director of the CIA, former director of the CIA, American ambassadors who've been protesting the provocation for 30 years. Protested right to the last minute. Jens Stoltenberg, General Secretary of NATO, just announced that since 2014, announced with pride, since 2014, NATO, meaning the United States, has been pouring weapons into Ukraine, training Ukrainian officers, running joint military exercises with them since 2014. Okay? That's provocation. Everyone recognizes that Russia has security concerns about Ukraine, obviously. Just think about Operation Barbarossa, if you can't remember anything else, right through Ukraine with Ukrainian participation. The United States government last September published a policy statement. The American press has kept it from the American people, but Russian intelligence can certainly read the White House webpage. It says that we must enhance our programs of moving towards military integration of Ukraine into NATO, joint military exercises, new weapons, an enhanced program for entry into NATO. Is that a provocation? Yes, it's a provocation. And it continued. The State Department has officially announced that prior to the invasion, the U.S. refused to consider any Russian security concerns. Okay? That's the State Department. So is there provocation? Obviously. But in a free society, every right-thinking person must say unprovoked invasion of Ukraine.
Now, look at the similarity here between what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Khrushchev was mad as hell because the United States was putting missiles right up against his border. Putin is mad as hell because NATO is coming right up to his border. And NATO is not, in Putin's experience, a defensive organization. It's an offensive organization, and it takes offense, as it did, for example, in the Balkan Wars. And you see what NATO did in the bombing of Serbia, and you'll see that NATO is an interventionist. It is about trying to restructure the world in certain ways. Furthermore, NATO now controls all of Central Europe. And here we come to a crazy geopolitical argument. There's a crazy, he wasn't crazy, unfortunately. He was a professor of geography at Oxford University. And there's a man called Halford Mackinder. And Halford Mackinder, back in the early 2000s, right up to about 1942, was writing things about geopolitical strategy on a global level. And his thesis was, whoever controls Central Europe controls the world island, i.e. the whole Eurasian sphere. And whoever controls the world island controls the world. In other words, control of the world depends upon who is controlling the heartland of the system, and the heartland is in Central Europe. Now, the Soviets controlled the heartland throughout the whole period. Now, it is the West that controls the heartland, and the US backed NATO, which is controlling the heartland. And the heartland is threatening the whole control of the Eurasian mass. That is the way in which people think. That's the way in which, Lloyd Austin and the military folk think. This sort of stuff. Now, I actually held a professorship in Oxford, which was called the Halford Mackinder Professorship of Geography. And I mean, on the one hand, I thought that Halford Mackinder would be turning in his grave, think that I held professorship in his name, but I was also extremely embarrassed to have a title of the Halford Mackinder Professor of Geography, because there's this guy who's giving this kind of geopolitical nonsense, and this is terribly important, because if people believe it and work on it, then that creates the problem. Actually, in the 1920s, the German geopoliticians, a man called Haushofer, really did believe in this. And much of the expansion of Germany into Eastern Europe and into the Central European area was precisely on Mackinder-type policies. And in the 1920s, General Haushofer was writing about Lebensraum, that is the living space of the German state. And it needed Lebensraum, and it needed to actually control all of Central Europe. And from that control of Central Europe, it could actually organize the world and its strategy of world domination. And Hitler seems to have believed some of this. So part of this was what was going on at that time. My point about all of this is this. We are on the edge of a conflict between NATO and Russia. In fact, a proxy war is being fought in Ukraine. And the United States believes and likes to present itself as somehow or other it is a good country which is simply responding to the desire of the Ukrainians to control their own space and have their own nation and have their own culture and all the rest of it. And that noble, worthy aim is what the United States is about. I demur. I think the United States is using the Ukraine, and is using the Ukraine for the nefarious reason of trying to degrade Russian military capacity to be able to actually, if you like, forward the kind of mission of Western domination of much of the rest of the world. Of course, now the situation is such that you're not only fooling with Russia and all of its missiles, but you're also fooling with China with its major military capacity. And you can see why China, and in China, they think geopolitically too, along the lines I've mentioned. China is actually moving geopolitically through its Belt and Road Initiative and all the rest of it to try to regain some sort of control of what Mackinder called the world island. This is where we are headed at. And the path dependency of this is making me very, very, very nervous. There is danger. And it's clear danger, and some compromise has to be come to, some sort of, point in which you fold rather than continue. At what point do you kind of say, well, this has gone too far, it's too dangerous? At what point are we going to actually recognize that Putin has actually a genuine, you may not like it, but he has a genuine reason to fear what NATO has been doing and what NATO has been about. And that therefore, one of the answers, which I think should be on the calendar, is the complete demilitarization and denuclearization of the whole of Central Europe. That, it seems to me, is about the only thing that could actually bring Putin to the table. Offer something like that. Say, we will actually accept the denuclearization, the demilitarization of the whole of Central Europe, and we will turn it into a neutral zone so nobody can dominate the world island and do all those kinds of things. This is the kind of thinking which needs to be there. And this is the kind of thinking that got us through the missile crisis in Cuba. The missile crisis in Cuba was a very close thing, and a lot of people were making some very bad decisions around it. I think we are closer to that kind of thing in Ukraine, and a lot of people are making some very bad decisions about it, including the Secretary of Defense, who should have known better than to say that, although I'm glad he did say it, because it gives us an insight into what the true motivation of the United States is.
Now, let us begin with the modern period of, I guess we could start with 1956 for our generation. This was the beginning of the rise of Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. King decided that in Montgomery, Alabama, black people had to pay the same prices on the buses as did white people, but we had to sit in the back. And we could only sit in the back if every available seat was taken by a white person. If a white person was standing, a black person could not sit. So Dr. King and his associates got together and said, "This is inhuman. We will boycott your bus system." Now understand what a boycott is. A boycott is a passive act. It is the most passive political act that anyone can commit, a boycott. Because what the boycott was doing was simply saying, we will not ride your buses. No sort of antagonism. He was not even verbally violent. He was peaceful. Dr. King's policy was that nonviolence would achieve the gains for black people in the United States. His major assumption was that if you are nonviolent, if you suffer, your opponent will see your suffering and will be moved to change his heart. That's very good. He only made one fallacious assumption. In order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. The United States has none.
Welcome. You've got mail.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
Welcome.
This is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
True. Yep. Hey. Hello. This is the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. It me, I, Dan Simpson. From the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. And today on the I, Dan Simpson Show, with I, Dan Simpson, and on me, the same thing that we do every day, which is try to take over the world for communism, for proletarians, the working class, the intersectionally oppressed. Hello. Hello, live viewers, replay viewers, lurkers. What's up, y'all? But not landlords. They're doing the exploiting. Brass, they do the exploiting. We know this. Got a lot on the radar today. Let me know what's on your radar. Otherwise, what I want to talk about are these things. Today, as always, pushing back against empire's lies. We'll watch Democracy Now's headlines. I want to talk Ukraine. Maybe we'll talk with Ross about Kherson. I want to try to find out if we can get an update on Haiti or Iran. We'll see what's on your radar. Drop your links in my Discord. Let me know what's on your radar. Stuff that's, big stuff that you think is important. Okay? Right about... What is this? App directory? What's going on? I don't know what's happening. There's Discord apps. Okay. On your radar is the channel. Krista!
Deep dives.
Deep dives. Double deep. Thanks for the 2, homie. Let me know what's on your radar. This is stuff that you think is super important that should be on our radar. All right. What do you got for me? I'm curious. A treacherous Ottoman like Oz was made to taste defeat like his ancestors did during the Hellenic Revolution of 1821? Oh my God, what kind of joke is this? This is the kind of joke you gotta go fucking read Wikipedia. The Greek War of Independence? Where are they fighting? This is the start of the Russo-Turkish War? Okay. I could learn more about this. Oh, I fucking love maps. I'm a fucking sicko for maps. Look at this. Hassan replied. Oh, just look at that map, homie. Yep. That's a 10 out of 10 map. You can tell. Sometimes you can just tell. You have ways of telling. Yeah, I love the elevation. Oh, fuck me, dude. Beautiful map. Nice map. Oh, shit. We did a TOS today. Look at this guy. Let me see a titty. Do I get to see a titty today? Look at all these guys. Titty? Titty? Someone said titty? Oh, shit. I love titties. They're all stoked about the titties. Look at them. Morning, Mayhem Hippie. Welcome in. Did someone say titty? They all come in from all over the place. Did he? You don't see geography like that anymore. They just don't make them like that anymore. Yeah, free the nip. Hey, Zoot. Thanks, homie, for the 10 months. Jeez, look at us. 10 months. All right. Greek War of Independence, Greek Revolution, 1821. Successful War of Independence by Greek revolutionaries against the Ottoman. So this is when Ottoman Empire has already peaked. The Ottoman Empire is already peaked. It's losing land, leading all the way up to World War I, when Enver Pasha, dumb fuck, unionist, anti-communist unionist, doesn't make any sense, tricks his government into getting into World War I. Insert Turkish ice cream guy trick joke there. I don't know how to phrase it, but that's where the joke goes. The tweet was more of a shitpost than another deep dive. I know. I'm just saying. I'm just having a good time. A ratio for my forefathers, 1453. Okay. See, like every joke is like a deep dive for me. I don't know what's going on here. It's funny. Oh my god, dude. Every joke a deep dive. Yeah, like what is this? I don't know anything. I got a Turkey pilled, huh? This guy's funny. He's just downright funny. He's downright funny. Hey, who's gonna pay me $8 so I can get verified on Twitter? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't spend your $8 on that. I'd spend it on weed. Being honest here. Welcome in. I don't know how to say your name, homie. Is it like... I'm just going to go with M, homie. It's M.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, Nays. What's up, homie? Morning, Dikey Boards. What's up, Justin Pennington in the house? Wait, hold on. Is there a runoff with Herschel Walker and the other guy? I'm going to have my own weed soon. Yeah, but it's not going to be that much. I'm scared it's not going to be that much. I am struggling with my weed, homie. I can't get that temperature steady. I can't get the humidity steady. The soil seems dry as a bone. So I've been trying to get the soil a little bit you know, not dry. This is tricky stuff here. Trying to get the humidity. I think the humidity's getting better. The temperature's all over the place. Oh my god, you got it. All right, Warnock. So what's the deal with Warnock? You got 49%. Walker got 48. Do they have to run off? Do you reach out to Vivo, son? No, I'm lazy. I gotta do that. The faulty probe. It's not faulty, bro. I broke it. Don't do this. Hey, tech guy. What's up, Zoot? Yeah, welcome back. He's gonna lose in a runoff? Who's the he in that sentence? 2.1% of the vote went to the Libertarian. If any meaningful percent of those people show up for the runoff, Warnock is fucked. What do you think about that, y'all? It's faulty. Get a replacement. Maybe. Maybe. Shit, man. I'm such a dumbass. Everything I do is stupid, I think. I can't stop doing stupid things. It's really wild stuff. Hey, folks, get your links in. If you want to contribute to an update on Ukraine. What I can't copy? An update on Haiti or Iran? I'm trying to get updates on these things. I don't really have anything prepared. Let me know if you have anything. What's going on in these places? Ukraine, Haiti, Iran. We're gonna do a deep a mini deep dive on the 3 arrows. Let me know if you've got any links on the 3 arrows. I saw someone with a 3 arrows patch today, and I'm just going to go ahead and lean into that for a while. Let me know if you have anything about the 3 arrows. And it's 11-9 today, chat. It's 11-9. Revenge of the Buildings. Oh, I'll just mute that. It is 11-9. Are you serious? It's 11-10? This joke's an entire day late. This fucking sucks. I hate this show. I gotta reset some sounds too. Otherwise your sound effects won't work. I can't believe I've done this. Alright, this show sucks, dude. I hate it. Totally forgot to do this yesterday.
Wow.
Well, what happened? I think I fucked it up. Oh. I did post this the correct day. I don't know what's going on over here. At least I posted it on the right day. Just end the stream. Yep, that's the show. That's the show. Call it a day. We're doing the dialectic. We lost track. I'm so sorry about that. Well, fuck that. That's gone. That's gone. No, Dan. Shoddy manufacturing through cost savings. Developed a consumer device that doesn't withstand basic use. Fuck their profit margin. They can send you a 50-cent replacement for the thing you spent $100 on. Yeah. And also the fucking thing broke because they're like, hey, use this magnet. And it didn't work good, you know? So fuck them. You're right. You're right. All right, you convinced me. Anyone have any links on Ukraine, Haiti, or Iran? Or anyone have anything to say about the 3 arrows? Do you want to talk about the 3 arrows first? I sort of do. Don't cuck yourself for capitalism. Nah, yeah, I mean, yeah. You're right. I want to talk about the 3 arrows. I thought I linked this. See, here's the thing. The 3 arrows thing is sussy. Is there anyone in chat that doesn't know why? You can identify yourself now, hang your head, admit that you're a baby brain and you don't know anything. That's okay. Now that's okay, Britt. I'm actually not too familiar with what's going on here too, so we're gonna do a really quick mini deep dive. It's me too, yeah. I'm that person too, so there's no reason to be embarrassed. But it's sussy. It's these 3 arrows. You know the 3 arrows design? You ever see this design? Like, I think anarchists use it, yeah? Well, what do the 3 arrows mean? There's a YouTube creator called 3 Arrows? I didn't know that. Judas, you'd use it back in your anarchist days. So this is anarchist shit, huh? ANCOMS. ANCOMS. Is that what you're saying? ANCOMS use it? Are we sure about that? All right, let's talk about it. Maybe we can figure it out. Yeah, left flank vets uses it. 3 arrows or drei Pfeile. Drei Pfeile. Pfeile. excuse me, Pfeile, is a social democratic political symbol. Social democratic. Homies, suck them. Suck them. Associated with the SDP. I'm sorry. SPD. I think they're trying to separate themselves from Stalin, too. I think that's what they're doing, too. The Rose people. All right. Used in the late history of the Weimar Republic. It was the three arrows first conceived for the SPD-dominated Iron Front as a symbol of the social democratic resistance against Nazism. Became an official symbol of the party during the 1932 German federal election, representing opposition towards Nazism, reactionary conservatism. Hold on, let me see if I get this right. Marxism-Leninism. Like, what's going on here? Opposition to Marxism-Leninism is definitionally reactionary. At least that's how I define it. Since its inception, symbol's been used in many different contexts by a variety of anti-fascist, social democratic, democratic socialist organizations. Yo, you're anti-fascist? Okay, nice. You're a SOCDEM? Okay, nice. You're a democratic socialist? Okay, nice. You have not yet convinced me that you're a comrade of mine. I've fallen for this too many times. And maybe you're not like me. Maybe you're like, oh, well, I like the anti-fascists. I mean, you should. It's good to be opposed to fascism. But I've met too many anti-fascists who actually turned out to be them. Too many social democrats that actually hate communists more than they hate Nazis. I've met too many democratic socialists who want to arm Nazis in Ukraine. Fool me once, homies. So maybe you haven't been fooled enough. Maybe you haven't been fooled yet. If that's the case, I'm almost jealous of you. But I've been fooled too many times by these people who call themselves these things but aren't those things. Or who call themselves anti-fascists but aren't those things. Who call themselves SOCDEMs and they are those things, right? That means explicitly they're they're into reform, top-down reform instead of bottom-up revolution. Same with the DemSocs, but to a lesser extent. Slightly. So I'm at this place where, like, you have to prove to yourself you're a comrade before I believe it. So this is this thing. This is this thing that liberals do, folks. The thing that liberals do where they're like, oh, well, yeah, I hate Nazis, but also I hate communists just as much. What? Right? This is this thing. This is this thing they do. Can't fool me twice. I should have that one. That's funny. Yeah, in a way, they do hate communists more. What's a comrade? Can I just be a not shitty human? Yeah, but like that requires theory, that requires praxis. Being a not shitty human is not like an explicitly easy thing to do. It takes work. That's not what was going on with the German SOCDEMs at the time. They were against both, but only fought one of those three groups in the streets. It was more of a disagreement over should the state exist. Do you think the German SOCDEMs hated communists more? Really? Except for when they murdered Rosa Luxemburg and her friend, you mean? All right. So it represented their opposition to the German Communist Party? Is that right? Yo, homies, the swastika inspired it. The swastika inspired it. That's no good. Someone drew over a swastika with chalk on the ground. When has a movement that you've like respected used this symbol? You got that flu? I'm sorry to hear that, homie. That sucks. It just can't like look back in history and be like, okay, yeah. Good job, guys. Hey, guys. It can be against monarchism, fascism, and capitalism? Three arrows up was a common fascist symbol. The anti-fascists turned it upside down. All right. What could go wrong? Not enough to know what you stand against. You have to know what you stand for. Yeah. What's the third arrow mean? And let me see your tattoos. Got any, you don't happen to collect, I don't know, German plates or something? Two arrows down with the bottom arrow pointing up. Look out. Who else has used it? Use outside Germany. French section. Well, if you can't afford a ham-sick tattoo, you can afford a ham-sick wall print from my Etsy store. Am I right? Let's go. Damn, Zoot. Hope you feel better soon. Hopefully the stream makes you feel better. Gives you a place to hang out. What else about the 3 arrows? I feel like we're not at the bottom of this hole here. This is like, it's been employed by a wide range of anti-Nazi, anti-war, socialist, communist, and anarchist movements. All right, what's the third one mean? Are you not going to say what the 3 arrows mean? The 3 arrows were to symbolize the social democratic movement against opposing reaction, capitalism, and fascism? Reaction? Homie, being opposed to Marxism-Leninism is reactionaryism. Like, what the fuck? Look at the poster. Karl Thulman? Ernst? The guy, German communist. They were opposed to this guy. He's a Marxist-Leninist. This is the guy whose name is on the poster. Thulman. It's weird. So it becomes... They want to distance themselves from Joseph Stalin. Thulman. Thalman. What? Look up the Iron Front. The poster was made for the Iron Front. Okay. Anti-ML sounds like fascists to me. At the very least, they're reactionaries, but it's totally reasonable to think... Well, they're, at the very least, they're fascist adjacent. The KDP, under his leadership, regarded the Social Democratic Party as its main adversary, and the party adopted the position that Social Democrats were social fascists. Is there an echo in the room, homies? This is what material analysis does to a motherfucker. You start agreeing with motherfuckers throughout history. Because if you share the same analysis, which is correct. He was arrested by the Gestapo. Held in solitary for 11 years. Stalin did not seek his release after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. What the fuck, bro? And his party rival, Walter Ulbricht, ignored requests to plead on his behalf. He was shot on Hitler's orders in Buchenwald. Well, shit, homies. All right. So this poster was made for the Iron Front. Okay. Fucking awesome guy, huh? Iron Front, 3 arrows. Used. Wasn't the symbol created by the... Okay, a lot of comments. I assume mostly income, but I guess communists should not and cannot ever work with social democrats and social liberals as fundamentally they are capitalists, reactionaries that will side with fascists regardless of whatever anti-fascist imagery that they promote. What? Oh my god, dude. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm in an anarchist subreddit. Oh my god, that's how the brainworms get in. You could see it happening right in there. Jesus Christ. That's how the brainworms get in. You could post a link about the modern German state trying to do erasure for the Night of the Long Knives. I don't know, homie. Does that thread into what we're talking about? If it's sort of unrelated, drop it in the Discord. Like, is that important for me to know right now? Yeah. Okay, Iron Front. German paramilitary organization in the Weimar Republic consisted of social democrats, trade unionists, and liberals. Main goal was to defend liberal democracy against totalitarian ideologies from the far right and far left. Homies, this is just reactionaryism. From the far left. The Iron Front chiefly opposed the Sturmabteilung, the SA of the Nazi Party, and the Anti-Fascist Action Wing of the Communist Party in Germany. Yo, when you hate Nazis as much as you hate anti-fascists. Formerly independent, it was intimately associated with the SPD. My god, I keep doing that. Three arrows, originally designed for the Iron Front. Originally designed for the Iron Front, is that accurate? Became a well-known social democratic symbol representing resistance against monarchism, Nazism, and Marxism-Leninism during the parliamentary elections in 1932. Three arrows later adopted by the SPD itself. Come on, dude. That's it. That's done. Is that not like... That's fucking nail in the coffin kind of shit right there, right? How are you going to use that symbol? What's up, Brock? Hey, homie. Yo, you cannot... People who use this are saucy... If you're using this symbol, you're going to have to work extra hard to prove to me you're a comrade. What do you mean, taking it back? What do you mean, we're taking it back? That's some nail in the coffin stuff, though, right? Do I need to know more? What do you mean take it back if it was never ours to begin with? If this symbol always belonged to reactionaries, how can you take it back? Hey guys. An interesting deep dive? Which one? I don't know, homies. I'm not taking it back. I don't have any patches with this shit on here. I don't need this, you know? I've got no reason to defend this. Whatever, man. I'm taking it back. Don't call it a comeback. Oh, okay. I get you. Okay. I don't know, you know? Like... Like, what's going on here? We'll tank my stream. Watch this. What's going on here? Need to get some coffee. Welcome in, Nintendo. All right. Hello. Dude's got a three arrows patch. And he calls himself a communist all the time. Like, I don't know about this, homies. I just don't know. What else do I need to know about this? You're gonna wear that and call yourself a communist. You're gonna have to work doubly hard to prove yourself, prove that you're a comrade. I don't know. I think this is just how it is now. Hey, Siskiyou Cat.
I've got a 3 arrows patch, but I'm no puppet.
Thanks for the 17 months, homie. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for your support. Probably doesn't know the history. What's this about Gremlo? Well, he's just got a 3 arrows patch. Anarchist till this day. What? I don't use the Pepe emotes. It's because it is different. It is fundamentally different. Yeah, right. You have any thoughts on mythic politics? Nope. Please don't bring... Okay, you can go away. Don't bring other drama into my channel. The fuck out of here. Such weird energy. The Pepe emotes is fundamentally different. Sorry. I know you disagree, but whatever. We'll leave it there. He's banned from Twitch. It's for the best. $20 says $20 says Baizuo is mythic politics. No gamba, no gamba, no gamba. Sorry, no betting. We can't do that here. He was a gamer gator. He got cancer? Oh, fuck, man. Going on over here? You should make brand new symbols aren't tied to a troublesome past. Folks, the thing that we have to remember is that all art can be co-opted. All of it. No, Ross. I've got no... I got no reason to push it any further with him. I'm just here to force the contradiction. I'm here to teach myself and my community. I'm not here to like go after people, you know. I'm not like calling in to fucking Majority Report yelling at Sam Cedar. I'm not going after Gremlo. I think I just need to stick to my lane more and more and more. The more that I do, a comradely heads up. I mean, feel free. I'm not stopping you from doing that, but like, what did Gremlo do? Oh, he's just got like a 3 arrows patch. I don't know if he knows what the deal is with that. At the end of the day, so does left flank vets, but you know that they gotta know by now. And I don't know, man. That's sussy. At that point, you got to work twice as hard to prove to me you're a comrade. I'm like half as likely to want to work with you, you know? That's just how this shit goes, I guess. I mean, I understand People probably feel the same way about me using, like, you know, the hamsick. That's fine. That's how I vet the libs. There was a time when I was not comfortable with the hamsick. And I was not ready for a conversation with someone who was. It's just how it goes. We just learned it today, so other people need to learn it too. All right. Well, then let's make a thread. Make a thread. What should our thread say? All right. Thread on why people need to work twice as hard to prove their comrades with a capital C when they use the 3 arrows symbol. Come on. I bet it's because it's transparent. Why I don't use the 3 arrow symbol. Okay. All right. I don't use it because its history is explicitly tied to anti-communism. This poster made for the Iron Front. Iron Front. A German paramilitary org in the Weimar Republic consisted of social democrats, blah, 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 blah. What do we call this? A leftist? Leftish? German paramilitary org? Whose main goal was to defend you think, Ross? Against totalitarian ideologies. Totalitarian ideologies on the far right and far left. Oops. Like the Grey Wolves hand sign, for example. Many people who follow Chapo and associated podcasts. Oh my God, there it is again. Reformists. Know the faces of fascism. Why is this not on a list? Hey, just calm down in the chat. Remember that we're not going to solve any world problems here on this stream today, okay? If you disagree with someone in chat, it's not about proving your point to them. It's about understanding them. It's about trying to understand the other person's position. I don't want to have a shitty chat today, okay? Please work with me. Thank you. I'm going to be timing people out and sending people to the Discord if you want to be debatey about certain things. Just learn when to pump the brakes in my chat. That's really helpful to me, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Okay. Hey, quiet one. All right. If you just want to understand their position, there's a comradely way of going about that, and there's another way of going about that. And I think you know the difference, and I'm going to ask you to err on the side of being extremely comradely, okay? Please, please, please work with me. Thank you. Keep it civil. All right. The Iron Front chiefly opposed the Sturmabteilung, the wing of the Nazi Party, and the Anti-Fascist Action Wing of the Communist Party of Germany. Here. 3 arrows, originally designed for the Iron Front, became a well-known social democratic symbol representing resistance against monarchism, Nazism, and Marxism-Leninism during the parliamentary elections in November 1932. Later adopted by the SPD itself. Okay, so we got regarding Thulman, referenced in the poster, under his leadership, the KPD became intimately associated with the government of the Soviet Union and the policies of Joseph Stalin. KDP, under Thulman's leadership, regarded the Social Democratic Party as its main adversary, and the party adopted the position that the Social Democrats were social fascists. Is there something about, like, what Marx would have said about this? Is there a line to be said about that? What do you think, Ross? What do you think, chat? What did Marx and Lenin think about the SPD? What can we say about that? Why would I want to use a symbol fascists use? Fascist? Yeah, right. Tell me, is it possible for a fascist to co-opt any symbol? Is it possible for a fascist to co-opt any symbol, thereby getting people like you to be like, oh, well, we shouldn't use that symbol, and then you're sort of a useful tool for their ends? You see how that works? When they get people like you acting black and white, they know how to manipulate that. Huh? Do I need to explain this to you? You go, why would I want to use a symbol fascists use? Is it not possible for fascists to use any symbol? Yes or no? Is it possible for fascists to use any symbol? Is it possible for them to do that? I said personally. All right. Your argument still functions the same. You're still doing this thing. So, is it possible for a fascist to use any symbol? Yes or no? I just said fascists often co-opt already used symbols. My question is it possible for a fascist to co-opt any symbol? There's my question, homie. If you're a dialectical materialist, you shouldn't be scared of this fact. Is it possible for a fascist to take some time off, okay, homie? If you want to come back and be a part of the conversation, you can do that. But if you want to keep doing the thing that you want to be doing, you'll be removed. Okay? I've asked you several very simple questions. You're not willing to engage with the conversation as presented. I'm going to show you the door. I don't understand where I'm getting at. Okay, that's fine, because they were making a different argument than, so it's like you're trying to, I can't pick up their argument with you. Do you understand? So I got to drop it there. I'm just thinking, I'm trying to point out that there's a non-nuanced way of like thinking about symbolism and aesthetics that's been going on, and I've been noticing this. And I think that I'm just no longer happy with that lack of nuance, and I'd like to bring that nuance to the conversation. And if we're not willing to do that, then I'm just going to just move along. Yeah. I'd love to. I'm asking the question whether or not, homie, Dikey boards, what I'm doing was I was responding to yeah, right. And we have a history with this argument going back and back and back. I know you'd love to pick up the conversation, but you're not aware of the history. So it's like, I can't do that with you. You don't understand this. I'm not explaining this well, which is that I can't debate someone else via you. You have to like start your own debate. I'm responding to yeah, right, not you. I think if maybe they created their own symbols and did not adopt existing symbols, we'd have nothing to do with their own hatred, would be great. All right. I'm just getting at the fact that literally fascists, if they know that there are people inside of leftist communities who are like, oh, well, any fascist who touches this aesthetic, any fascist who touches this symbol, if you use it anymore, you're not allowed to do it. And I'm going to make a big point about it. I'm going to bring it up every time that you talk about this. Get out. Go away. If you can't answer that simple question, which is whether or not fascists can attempt to co-opt any symbol. Knowing that they don't create, they only co-opt. So if they know that there are people in communities who are like, oh my God, they're going to make a big stink about it. Oh my God, one time a Nazi did this thing and you're doing the same thing. If they know that there are babies inside of communities, they can manipulate that. I'm going to try to do my best to get rid of the babies from my community. Are y'all tracking that or not? The thing with the three arrows is that it was always rooted in anti-communism. You cannot re-co-opt something that was never yours. The thing that's different about Pepe was that it was not. That's not what it started off as. It was just some guy's comic, and he actually wants to re-co-opt it. That's the difference. The guy who created it's like so fucking different. If you can't see the difference, go somewhere else where there is no nuance in your conversation. Go have fun. Like, I'm no longer happy with a non-nuanced conversation. Some people are. They just want to stay there. What I'm personally wondering is why would we refuse the three arrows if it originally meant anti-communist sentiments, but eventually was adopted as pro-communist? I'm not convinced that it's been adopted as pro-communist. Why are you convinced? Like, how many times do you have to see someone who uses the three arrow symbol who's actually a reactionary? It was founded in a reactionary ideology. That's why we would refuse it. Why would we refuse any symbol rooted in reactionaryism? It's because reactionaries will eventually come to use it, and then it'll become a reactionary symbol once again. It's not a pro-communist symbol, despite the fact that maybe some pro-communists use it. Do you really think comparing the three arrows to the swastika is like a meaningful? Like, the Nazis made it their central logo, homie, and you're gonna be like, well, it's just the same as the swastika. That is a lack of nuance. That is a lack of nuance, homie. Don't do this. You cannot be serious that you think they're meaningfully similar. It's like we're saying, well, a Nazi did the swastika and they also did the Pepe. It's the same, right? No. You seriously think they're meaningfully similar? If you do, you're having a different conversation than me. I'm sorry. Welcome in, Texas Gringo.
Hey, guys.
No. They want to use the fucking hamstick. They're just too scared to use it, is what's happening. Or they're actually telling you that they're reactionaries and they're trying to co-opt actually leftist movements, actually existing socialist movements. They certainly did co-opt the swastika to such a degree that clearly most people don't want to come near it. Yeah, I understand the imagery the swastika is used throughout Buddhist texts. So if I go to like a Buddhist monastery and they got like the swastika, I'm not going to be mad at them. I'm not stupid. It's like calling whoever created Pepe. It's like calling Matt Fury a Nazi because the Nazis co-opted his symbol. But the Nazis who co-opted the swastika are absolutely Nazis. And obviously after that point, the world is changed to that symbol because they made it like the central thing of their fucking empire. Rule 1 and 2 conflict. Hope this is not an oppression channel. What? Fuck out of here. And it's backwards too, yeah. Dude, Matt Fury's trying to reclaim it through NFTs. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Hold on.
Nope.
Shit. I might take it all back. I just may take it all back. He just might be a crypto fascist after all. Yeah, that's the dialectic, you know? I got to be willing to revise my views here. I love it.
I love the dialectic.
Yeah. Fuck, man. What do you do? Try to cash in? What an asshole. Fuck this shit. Anyways. Okay. 3 arrows. Why I don't use it. Its history is explicitly tied to anti-communism. Co-opting anti-communist symbols is not a way to build communist solidarity. Anti-Marxism, Leninism is explicitly reactionary. Explicing. Explicitly. Regarding Thulman, under his leadership, the KPD became intimately associated with the governments of the Soviet Union and the policies of Joseph Stalin. These people want to think they're communists, but they hate Stalin. I think that's what it is. It's the same with liberals, you know? And again, I'm boiling this down. This is a reduction here, and you may not be happy about it, but they look around, and then they see people to the left of them, and they're like, oh, I can't imagine myself thinking that. You people are too far left. It's the same energy as libs. They look and they see Marxists like myself, communists like myself, like many of you in chat, and they're like, oh, you're too far left. I bet you like Stalin, you know? I bet you thought the Holodomor was good.
The Holodomor was not real.
Yeah, man, I'm like totally dry. It's the same energy, homies. So if you're flying this three arrows, I'm sussy of you. Just like I'm sussy. All right. If I see someone, how about this? If I see someone using the Pepe, and I've got no reason to believe that they're not a racist, I think that's sus. If I've got no reason to believe they're not transphobic, that's sussy, right? I'll be honest. I'll give you that, right? And that's all I'm getting at. So like Gremlo. Okay, I'll use Gremlo, right? Gremlo's using it. He's got the 3 arrows. Do I think he's a reactionary? Not necessarily. Is he gonna have to work that much harder to prove it to me that he isn't, if he were to want to do that? Yeah, I think so. And I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair. I believe that's a nuanced stance. Right? Whereas if some blonde-haired, blue-eyed dude from Germany with 1488 in his name has got a swastika, you can see how this is completely different. There's nuance here. There's shades of gray. Whereas that one's not a shade. That one's as black and white as it comes. In that hypothetical. Y'all see where I'm going with this? The third arrows for Trumpers. Yeah, I mean, anytime 1488, I'm sus. But you sort of see where I'm going with this, huh? I hope I'm doing a better job of explaining here. Because I haven't been yet. Portishead yet. I'm sorry if I've not been doing a great job of explaining what I'm trying to explain today. This is not a topic I have fully baked thoughts. But let's nail this thread here so that we can try to explain in a more thoughtful way what's going through our heads. I know everything sounds like it's from James Bond, you're right. So again, I don't use it. It's explicitly tied to anti-communism. Co-opting anti-communist symbols is not a way to build communist solidarity. It's explicitly reactionary. The Nazis murdered Salman. On Hitler's orders. So I guess they share something in common. We have an over my head emoji? What do you mean, tech guy? Oh, y'all are going back and forth? I also feel dumb when I don't understand something from the internet. That's why I have my chat to explain it to me. Here's Yoshi yelling at me. Be quiet, Yoshi. No screaming.
Smoke weed every day.
Where's my juice flag? Yeah. I think that's on its way. Symbols like labels have limited galvanizing utility, but one should be wary not to expose themselves to unnecessary critique, particularly when trying to bolster their ranks. Yeah, what's that from? Are you... Honestly, that can go for any symbol. That can go for this one too, you know? Well, I've chosen to embrace this because I'm just simply not scared of it anymore. I understand what it stands for. I understand the people who used this throughout history, what they stood for, what kind of revolutions they stood for. On learning that the history of that symbol, potentially some people's intended meaning is an anti-Marxist Leninist symbol, I'm suspicious of people who use it until interrogating what that third arrow is for. 3 arrows is no longer a safe pass for my trench test. Can I steal that? With edits? Sure. Tag Ross. Ah! Boom. Can I just get rid of potentially? Don't tag me. All right. You are of the opinion, and I'm more and more inclined to agree, that people who are instantly put off by that particular symbol are not likely to join your ranks anytime soon, and conversely, those who are receptive to it will see your use as novel in the greater context of this website. It's always a question of utility and how you outwardly project your political beliefs. Yeah. Double-edged sword, too, right? Because Who knows how many people I lose that would otherwise embrace it. Embrace what we got to say over here. I'm sorry. You can tag me if it's a quote to include the removal of... Oh, okay. Is that okay? You're okay with this, Russ? Yep. I gotta do a quote now. Fuck. Now I gotta do this. Is this how we do it? Oh, man. Is there an and in here? I can turn into an ampersand? Can I get rid of that? Upon learning the history of that symbol as an anti-Marxist Leninist symbol, I'm suspicious. Yes. Of people who use it until interrogating what that third arrow is for. Wait, that's not a question. Oh. Well, now we need another. Until interrogating. Apostrophe what that third arrow is for, right? 3 arrows is no longer safe to pass for my trench test. Are we good? Does Twitter let you tag people like Instagram where it's like both of you post the tweet? Maybe the first... No, I don't think so. I'm trying to think if I've seen that on Twitter yet. And I think I've only seen it on Instagram. And maybe like some other... They did add that, but it's probably for the first tweet in the thread, though. You can quote... You can co-tweet. But I didn't send it yet. So why can't I quote-tweet? Co-tweet. Let's go to a brand new tweet. I'm not stressed. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Oh, hold on. Open the tweet composer. Add the co-authored messaging. What? Hold up. Open the tweet. Add the co-authored messaging. And tap the co-tweet icon. What's the co-tweet icon? I don't know. All right, we tried, huh? Shit. What's in the plus sign next to the tweet? That's just more tweets. Yeah, add a tweet to the thread, yeah. All right. Everyone can reply. All right, I don't know. Oh, well. We tried. Anything else we want to say about this? All right. Anything else we want to say about this? All right. I tell you what. I want to add one more tweet this thread. Fuck. Give me a hard time. Go here. Add a thread beneath. Take this. Put this here. I say he was a committed Marxist-Leninist. What are we doing? Is this thread coming together? Why I don't use it with Ross? Because its history is explicitly tied to anti-communism. The posters made for the Iron Front. Main goal was to defend liberal democracy. Boo! Against totalitarian ideologies on the far right and far left. And far left. And far left. Reformists. Oh, I can't fit any more in there. Co-opting anti-communism symbols is not a way to build communist solidarity. Because otherwise they're building what kind of solidarity? They're building reactionary solidarity. Right? Iron Front. I already said it was made for the Iron Front. The Iron Front chiefly opposed the Sturmabteilung. I can never say that. The wing of the Nazi Party and the anti-fascist action wing of the Communist Party of Germany. What do they call people who oppose anti-fascists? Oh. Never mind. Anti-Marxism Leninism is explicitly reactionary. The three arrows, originally designed for the Iron Front, became a well-known social democratic symbol representing resistance against monarchism, Nazism, and Marxism-Leninism during the parliamentary elections in November 1932. How about Thalmann, referenced in the poster as one of the three targets of anti-SPD ire? Did I get that right? SPD or SDP? SPD. Under his leadership, the KPD became intimately associated with the government of the Soviet Union and the policies of Joseph Stalin. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Thalmann was a committed Marxist-Leninist. The KDP under Thalmann's leadership regarded SPD as its main adversary, and the party adopted the position that the Social Democrats were social fascists. He was right. Spot the lie. No lie spotted. Later, Nazis murdered Thalmann on Hitler's orders in Buchenwald. '44. On learning the history of that symbol and some people's intended meaning as an anti-Marxist Leninist symbol, I'm suspicious of people who use it until interrogating. This has got to be more of a question. What is that third arrow for? Yeah, that's better. 3 arrows is no longer a safe pass for my trench test. Good to go? I did one final edit, Ross. Are you okay with that? I once needed a picture frame, so I grabbed one at Goodwill. Didn't notice till I got home it had Nazi propaganda in it. Wow. Solid. Tweeted.
Wow.
It's going to tweet and then it's going to wait 30 seconds. I'll just hit send now. That's a good threat. We should do this more often. Can y'all retweet this? Hey guys. Y'all retweet that, please. Tune in to Dan's Spitting on Twitter. Let's go, homies. Welcome in, Smoked and Baked. Seen some people claim it's now an anti-tanky arrow. It's the same thing. Like I said, anti-Marxist Leninist. People are going to be mad at me that I'm calling this out. I'm like, homie, this is why I don't use it. I'm not saying you shouldn't use it. But, I don't know. Come on, let's go. This should go viral. Warm in here, Yoshi. What is the deal? All right, how we doing? Good thread? Did y'all like that thread? We made a good thread. I think we should do that more often. Made a good threat. Proud of myself. Consent fan in the house. Chad, how you feeling? How you doing today? Yeah, let's get those numbers up there. 3? I don't know, it's not enough, you know? I want to get those numbers up there. 3? Okay. 3 arrows is sus. Let's just put it that way. I'm not saying you're wrong if you use it, but it is sus. It is sus. Folks, I'm looking for links on Ukraine. I want to do an update on Ukraine. I want to do an update on Haiti. I want to do an update on Iran. I may not be able to do updates on any of these today because we might not have enough material, but if you have any material, please get them into my Discord on your radar. On your radar. Later on in the show, we're going to see what's on your radar. See what we can get updates on. What? KFC apologizes after German Kristallnacht promotion. What? No! No! Reader.
KFC has apologized after sending a promotional message to customers in Germany, urging them to commemorate Kristallnacht with cheesy chicken.
Yoshimi, it's okay, boo-boo. It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby. Okay. Oh, she's screaming. I love you. Cheesy chicken. Come here, you little cheesy chicken eater. It was widely seen as the beginning of the Holocaust. Yep, there's the problem there. They blamed it on an error in our system. Yeah, I would say so. System. Fast food chain sent an app alert Wednesday saying, it's Memorial Day for Kristallnacht. What? Treat yourself with more tender cheese on your crispy chicken, now at KF Cheese. What in the fuck? This is so fucked up. Capitalism was a mistake. KFC. Jesus Christ. You can't believe it. That is awful. What are you doing? No, no, no. It's not for cats. The Portishead vibes, yeah. Beth signed your social security card after the show because we were outside smoking cloves. Yeah. When they came out, and I didn't have anything else for her to sign. Cloves. I'm not gonna lie, I sort of like smoking cloves. If I don't have weed, I like to smoke a clove especially. Yoshi, what are you doing? What else you got for me? Drop your stuff in my Discord on your radar. There's a bunch of other channels. If it's less important, on your radar, please just put stuff in here that's like really important. You think a lot of people should see. This is pretty funny though. I would have put this in random, but that's pretty funny. Yep, Jarum Black. I love those. I'm a freak for them. All right, how about Democracy Now? Let's go to the headlines. Share the thread, everyone. Share the thread. Appreciate you. All right, here's a Russian Kherson withdrawal. Maybe we'll check that. After my chat with Ross. Copy. Yeah, Christmas smokes. All right, where's the Democracy Now? Let's get it on. Are these the headlines? What's going on here? Bow, bow, bow. Sometimes they like skip the headlines, you know? This could be one of those days. I gotta skip this part because I upload this to YouTube now. I gotta upload these intros because they're playing the song. There, she's gonna start here.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The battle for control of the U.S. Congress hangs in the balance 2 days after midterm elections.
Wisconsin?
When predictions of a red wave of Republican victories failed to materialize. 3 undetermined races will determine whether Democrats or Republicans hold power in the Senate. In Arizona, incumbent Democratic Senator astronaut Mark Kelly has a significant lead over Republican Blake Masters, with nearly a third of ballots yet to be counted. In Nevada, Trump-supporting Republican Adam Laxalt is leading incumbent Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto by fewer than 20,000 votes. Most of the 20% of the ballots yet to be counted are mail-in votes from urban areas likely to favor Cortez Masto. In Georgia, newly re-elected Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced plans for a December 6 runoff in Georgia's Senate race. Incumbent Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock received about 30,000 more votes than his Republican rival, the former football star Herschel Walker. But Warnock fell just shy of the 50% mark needed to avoid a runoff. In Wisconsin, Lieutenant Governor, Democrat Mandela Barnes, has conceded to incumbent Senator Ron Johnson in a closely fought and watched contest. Senator Johnson is a climate denier who's downplayed the January 6th Capitol riot. Just ahead of the insurrection, he and his staff tried to deliver lists of fake electors to Vice President Mike Pence. Here in New York, Congressmember Sean Patrick Maloney has conceded to...
This is fine. The framing of that is so wild to me. He just calls him they just call him a climate denier. I feel like if you're making content for people and you're trying to help them understand like what they do in the world, he's not just a climate denier. And while that's a problem, he's also a neoconservative. He's a neoliberal. He, you know, and he's a climate denier. But, you know, these are just some of the worst people in the world, but they just go with climate denial. That's just so interesting to me.
To Republican State Assembly member Mike Lawler in the race for the newly redrawn 17th Congressional District. Maloney served as chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, making it his responsibility to protect Democrats' majority in the House. We'll talk more about what happened in New York State after headlines. On Wednesday, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy declared his candidacy for Speaker of the House, even though Republicans significantly underperformed in the midterms, and they have yet to clinch a House majority. McCarthy's main rival for House Speaker, Louisiana Congressmember Steve Scalise, said he would instead run to become Republican Majority Leader. More than 210 Republicans who denied the results of the 2020 election or cast doubt on Joe Biden's presidential victory won races for Congress, governor, Secretary of State, or Attorney General. One top election denier
stands for neoconservatism, neoliberalism, and climate denial.
Is Arizona gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake, who's refused to say if she would accept defeat at the polls. With 70% of votes counted, Democrat Katie Hobbs holds a razor-thin lead over Kari Lake. In Michigan, where Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer easily won re-election Tuesday, Democrats have won back full control of the legislature for the first time since 1983. Democrats also won complete...
Just like 1983.
...control of both legislative chambers and the governor's office in Maryland.
I saw George Orson Welles' 1983 Animal Crossing.
Massachusetts and Minnesota. Nebraska voters have approved a ballot measure to incrementally raise the state's minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026.
Not enough.
In South Dakota, voters have approved a ballot measure to expand the state.
No, minimum wage laws are nice, but maximum wage laws are better.
Its Medicaid program under the Affordable Care Act. The move to bring health insurance to an estimated 45,000 low-income people was opposed by South Dakota Republicans, including Governor Kristi Noem. On Wednesday, President Joe Biden called Election Day a good day for democracy. He also said he intends to announce early next year whether he'll run for a second term as president in 2024.
This is ultimately a family decision. I think everybody wants me to run, but we're going to have to.
Hold on. He's not sure if he's going to run? Is it like this in the past where there's like been a question? You know, like, what do we compare this to? The past. Other presidents at this time, like, were these other presidents like, well, you know, we haven't decided yet. I haven't talked to Corn Pop yet. What is my Biden impression? I don't even have a Biden impression. Probably doesn't know where he is. Everybody wants me to run. Yeah, who's that? Who's everybody? So, I don't know. I don't know what to compare this to. I feel like in the past, there's like, I would like to think when this question was raised, it was like, yeah, there's no question, I'm going to run again, right? But of course, he's just so fucking old.
Discussions about it. And I don't feel any hurry one way or another to make that judgment today, tomorrow, or whenever, no matter what my predecessor does.
Iran's parliament has voted overwhelmingly in favor of the death penalty for protesters arrested at anti-government demonstrations.
Oh, Jesus.
The vote follows reports of widespread human rights abuses directed at an estimated 15,000 protesters held in Iranian jails. One female protester in her 20s told the BBC she witnessed physical and psychological torture, saying she could hear the sound of screams as prison guards beat young men in a cell next to hers. Massive protests erupted.
Homie, you've got to be kidding me. We're hearing like third-hand information about something someone didn't even see.
Across Iran in September after the death of a 22-year-old Kurdish woman in police custody. Mahsa Amini had been arrested for allegedly wearing her hijab.
She's still doing the Mahsa Amini
improperly. On Wednesday, one of Iran's best-known actors, Tarana Al-Adousti, posted an image of herself on social media without a hijab, in violation of Iranian law, which requires women to cover their hair. She held a sign reading, "Woman, Life, Freedom," in Kurdish. Russian military leaders say they've ordered troops to withdraw from the city of Kherson, the lone regional capital seized by Russia after its invasion in February.
All right, I cannot pay attention. She is so bad, dude. She's so complicit. Manufacturing consent is just... If she doesn't know that she's doing it, she's worthless. Alternatively, she knows that she's doing it, which makes her fucking evil. Jesus Christ.
Russian military leaders say they've ordered troops to withdraw from the city of Kherson.
Is this what's actually happening?
The lone regional capital seized by Russia after its invasion.
Russian troops are evacuating?
On Wednesday, state media broadcast a televised briefing between Russia's defense minister and commander of Russian forces in Ukraine, Sergei Surovikin.
Having comprehensively assessed the situation, I propose we take up defensive positions along the left bank of the Dnipro River. I understand that this is a very difficult decision. At the same time, Having comprehensively assessed the situation, I propose we take up defensive positions along the left bank of the Dnipro River. I understand that this is a very difficult...
So they're on the other side of the Dnipro. No. Okay, they pulled... Yeah, okay, so they're on the other side of the Dnipro. I wouldn't be surprised. Are they just going to pull back to this side? They're retreating from the western bank. So they're going to be holding the eastern bank of the river? The bank that's facing that way? Makes complete sense. So then what? Kherson's going to be split? I don't know much about the city. Oh, that means that Ukraine's going to have Kherson. I don't know. Left bank. I'm not sure what that means. 100%, you know? But I don't know. It just seems like this slice right there, right? This slice right here, they're going to give back to Ukraine. Is that the idea?
Decision. At the same time, we will
okay, that's what they announced. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Most importantly, the lives of our troops and the overall combat effectiveness of the troops.
The loss of Kherson would be the latest in a series of battlefield defeats for Russia.
Oh my God, she's going to frame it like this. Oh my God, this is just baby stuff at this point.
Ukrainian forces continue to claw back territory, but officials in Kyiv cautioned Russia could be trying to lure Ukrainian forces into a trap.
Oh my God, dude.
In Moscow, Kremlin officials say Russia may withdraw from a Turkish and UN brokered deal.
What?
In Moscow, Kremlin officials say Russia may withdraw from a Turkish and UN brokered deal that's allowed for limited exports of fertilizers and grain from Ukraine's Black Sea ports. On Wednesday, a foreign ministry spokesperson suggested Russia may allow the deal to expire November 19th unless Western powers lift sanctions on Russian agricultural exports. Russia's faced international condemnation for exacerbating a global food crisis at a time when the UN warns a record 345 million people face acute food insecurity.
Oh boy, then I really wish people would stop escalating this war. Am I right? Really makes you wish someone would make content pushing against the empire thirstiest for this war and these wars, Amy, don't you think?
Hurricane Nicole made landfall on Florida's east coast early this morning before weakening to a tropical storm. Nicole cut power to at least 82,000 homes and businesses and brought about coastal flooding, strong winds, and storm surges. It's only the fourth ever recorded November hurricane to hit the mainland United States. Global heating is creating far-reaching and worsening crises in every part of the United States, according to a draft of a major upcoming report by the National Climate Assessment. The report finds the U.S. has warmed 68% faster than Earth as a whole over the past half-century. A drastic and urgent reduction in greenhouse gas emissions is the only way to slow down the climate-driven disasters from drought, excessive heat, and extreme weather events. The report also says the worsening climate catastrophe will drive more forced migration, create public health crises, and increase morbidity and mortality, and further threaten biodiversity. The authors note if the world can reach zero or net zero emissions, warming will stop, curbing some of the worst effects of climate change. The U.S. would need to reduce emissions by over 6% every year to meet the Biden administration's goal of net zero by 2050. In news from the UN Climate Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, the group Global Witness found the number of delegates linked to the fossil fuel industry is 25% higher than at last year's COP meeting. That's more than 600 people higher than the combined number of delegates from the 10 countries most impacted by the climate crisis. On Wednesday, activists staged a number of protests at COP27. Youth activist Lucky Abang of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance demanded rich countries pay poor nations for loss and damage caused by climate disasters, like recent floods in Nigeria that killed more than 600 people while displacing over 1 million.
We want world leaders to take this agenda very serious because our future as young people is at stake. We contribute less than 4% to the global greenhouse gas emission, but yet the worst impact of climate change is upon us here in Africa.
British Egyptian political prisoner Alaa Abdel Fattah is now on the 5th straight day of a complete hunger and water strike as his family and supporters continue to press for his release and proof that he's still alive. Earlier today, prison officers informed the family medical intervention was taken, though no further details about his condition are known. This is his mother, Professor Leila Swaif, speaking Wednesday from outside the jail where Alaa has been held about 60 miles north of Cairo.
Up until yesterday, I could have believed that he was fine, but he can't be all right after 4 days without any intake. He believes that if this ends in his death, the political price will be high for the regime, and he has already achieved that with the scandal that has happened.
And we have this report, a tweet from Alaa's sister, Mona, who has said that... let's see if I can find it. A lawyer has been granted permission to visit Alaa in prison, but she wrote, unbelievable. At the prison, they are trying to prevent Khaled Ali from the visit. Meanwhile, a complaint has been filed against Alaa's other sister, Sana Saif, accusing her of conspiring with foreign agencies and, quote, spreading false news. The case has not yet been accepted by the public prosecutor, but it puts Sana at risk of detention while she's in Egypt for COP27. She has already served more than 3 years in an Egyptian prison. In Britain, activists with Just Stop Oil brought parts of the nation's busiest highway to a standstill for a 4th straight day to demand the UK government stop all new oil and gas projects. Protesters climbed on highway sign overpasses, forcing police to shut down traffic. Dozens have been arrested this week, including youth activist Louise Harris.
Over 1,000 people in the UK died in just a few days because of the 40-degree heat, because of the climate crisis, which is fueled by oil, gas, coal, fossil fuels. And our government, they want more. It is an act of murder. And this is an act of self-defense. And we need you to join us in order for this to work, in order for our murderous government to take action and listen. How many more people in Pakistan, in Nigeria have to die before they listen, even in the UK?
And elsewhere in the UK, police arrested a 23-year-old activist for pelting eggs at King Charles and Camilla during a visit to York to protest the destruction wrought by the British monarchy. None of the eggs hit the royal pair, and the young activist continued to protest as police restrained him on the ground.
You know what? I'm with the citizens of Earth, every person who stands against fascism worldwide, all of the victims of police brutality, all the victims of slavery and colonialism and imperialism, every single person who's died, men, women and children. Those eggs are the only justice that they're ever going to see for all of the people who've died so that that man can wear a crown.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Okay. There it is. We did it. Check. Egged the king. Chad move. And then he's monologuing. He's monologuing, and the cop, you can tell, is pissed. Wants him to shut up, but he can't make him shut up. Instead, sort of forces his head to the ground. It's like, well, what does that achieve, you asshole? And then he realizes that he's being taped, and he can't really do that. He's like, that's sort of an asshole move. You can't do that. Fucking cops, dude. Goddamn bobbies. All right. Ross, when did you want to chop it up, homie? You want to do that before or after I watch this video from dude from New Atlas? or we could watch it together. Getting more difficult for you to get through democracy. Yeah, yeah. It's getting harder. Cool. Get coffee. Put it up. Respublica. Respublica. In the house. In the house. Maybe. Maybe. Private? I don't know.
Check.
Yeah, homie. What's up?
There we go. Sorry about that. My Discord had defaulted to something else, like a big old jerk.
No problem. How you doing today, homie?
Doing real good. Are you getting any feedback volume stuff?
Nope, I don't think so. Sounds good.
Great.
Well, you wanted to help do a Kherson update?
Yeah, just to kind of explain what the strategy and logic is and why it's not like the big get that it's being made out to be.
Okay, so I think maybe you call it what I thought earlier. It just seems like, yeah, it's just like a little slice of Kherson, and it doesn't even mean that like Ukraine is winning the war in that area. It's almost like Russia is just making a strategic choice and is handing it over to them.
Right.
Okay, yeah?
Yeah, it is just strategically trying to hold the city is dumb.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense. You'll lose more people trying to do it, and you will not be able to. It would be suicide to stay there.
That would be a clear place for Ukraine to be like, all right, we're going to make our push here. We're going to do it. And they would totally do it and sacrifice a ton of soldiers as well.
Yeah, it would be a bloodbath. So rather than have to deal with trying to get supplies across the river on bridges and pontoon, bridges that are being regularly blown up. Rather than having the civilians there to also deal with like the humanitarian disaster of, a population fleeing violence. They had already started moving people out of that area. Almost as if they're trying to prevent, needless loss of life. So just strategically, it is much better to force your enemy to cross a river to assault you than it is to fight with a river at your back.
Okay. Makes absolute sense, and we'll pull up the live UA map for folks.
I can leave my camera off. I'm fine.
Okay.
Or whatever. It's
we're just doing audio, I guess.
Yeah, good.
All right. Fuck. Okay, so let's show that one more time. We were looking at this before. Let's do this again. So here's the area we're referencing here. Yeah. It's not loading right. Let me refresh it. We're talking about this area, this slice that Russia's holding, and we're assuming they're going to give the whole thing back at the river.
Yeah, I would presume that they're going to pull everything back across.
Right.
And okay, so Ukraine retakes Kherson. Well, Kherson then is impacted by all of the same material conditions that the rest of Ukraine is being impacted by, which is their power grid is going to be constantly under attack. They're going to be at risk of not having electricity for the winter. So if Ukraine wants to recapture Kherson and inherit all of those problems, while at the same time, the Russians can avoid massive losses in what it would be a losing battle anyways, it just makes sense to pull back.
It appears to be what they're doing. What they announced, they're gonna do that. All right. So,
additionally,
go ahead, please.
The Kharkova Bridge, which is northeast of Kherson, further up the Dnieper River.
How far?
Before you hit the reservoir, so more south. I think route where that red, maybe the flashlight.
Right.
I don't know. There's a dam. It's the Kharkova Dam.
Damn it.
It's before you get.
Okay, so here's Zaporizhia. Down the river.
I think where that flashlight is.
Kharkova.
Or no, maybe that dot. Is
Kharkova.
that Kharkova?
Nova Kharkova.
Yep,
hydroelectric power plant.
So that is a dam that creates that reservoir. That dam is also a major railway. So that's one of the ways that Russia has been able to resupply its troops on the other side of the river. Ukraine has been sending or shooting rockets and HIMARS at that dam. That there's some scary implications there because if the dam fails, the reservoir empties, and if you look south, the water's more or less just going to take out everything south of the dam.
Oh, Jesus.
So all of the population that would be in that area, and also if you're the military. So imagine you're still in Kherson, you're the Russians. Ukrainians are attacking you, and they blow the dam. So now not just to your back is a river, but to your back is like the open Dnieper and all of the humanitarian disaster that comes with it. It's a logistics nightmare. It just doesn't make sense. The Zaporizhia nuclear power plant cools itself with water from that reservoir, I believe.
Think so.
If I remember correctly.
Maybe.
So, that's concerning.
Potential problem there. Yeah, definitely. Let me turn off the background. Definitely a potential problem there.
Yeah, I mean, it's
oh boy.
Zelensky. So I think 2 days ago we looked at the battle map and there was reports of Ukraine's shelling it. And then today I put a tweet in on your radar from Zelensky.
Yeah.
Saying that if the Russians blow up the dam, like the implications on them, or the yeah, there it is.
If Russia blows up Kakhovka Dam, it will be a war declaration to the whole world. So this is the Kiev Independent, the CIA, RAG, and this is Zelensky saying that if Russia does it. So this is setting the scene for a false flag. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. And I called it out a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
There was reports that the Russians had put explosives in the dam as a blackmail. We'll blow up the dam because we're crazy and we don't care, or perhaps they put explosives there as a way to discourage blowing up the dam because they were used it is a military quote unquote target because of dual use. That's how the rules based warfare thing works. So initially, I think the concern was that the Ukrainians were going to be able to float explosives down the river and then attack it that way. But it seems like instead they've just taken to hitting it with munitions until it cracks.
We're here. This bridge here?
Yep.
Yep.
And I mean, that's the major way that they've been able to resupply their forces on the other side of the river.
Right. So Russian controlled coming up through here. I don't know if this is a rail line or what. Maybe it's coming through here. There's also airport, but yeah. Okay. Maybe looks like this train line here. Yep, coming through Russian controlled area. Across. This is where their forces are and where they're giving it up. They're going to give it to the Russians. I'm sorry, they're going to give it to the Ukrainians because the Ukrainians they're just fighting so valiantly over in this area. That's it, right? No.
Sure.
But no, that's not the reason.
Maybe, there is a logic to the things that people are doing, and they're not just insane people that woke up one morning and chose violence,
Is it a trap?
It's almost as if history existed before February.
I know. It's just so easier to think of things in a vacuum if you don't know any of that, though.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so is it a trap? I don't see it. Like Ross said, it's easier to just let Ukraine fight, from this area rather than hold it with a river at your back.
Yeah, it's a trap in the sense of if you want to adopt this huge problem, and also position yourself in a less advantageous position for a battle, please, by all means, help yourself.
Yeah.
Whenever your enemy wants to make a mistake, don't stop them.
Yeah. Well, if it's a trap, then don't fall for it, I guess. When Russia pulls out, I guess, come on, it's not a trap. Doesn't make any fucking sense. They get high ground on the east side of the river. And just fucking pummel them down there in that swamp. Yeah, down in here. I just, I don't see it being a trap.
Yeah.
What's the argument,
you
Artie?
have to consider that the Russians are going to be capable of playing and carrying out a long game war that Ukraine cannot. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the ability to produce their own weapons and munitions. It is just a war of attrition at this point. So Russia needs to, if they want to accomplish whatever their goals are, it would be strategic for them to grind it out and let Ukraine break itself on them.
I think so. I see this. I come on, like, at the end of this war, if the lines are not, if the lines are wildly different from what we see right now, I'll be very surprised. They might make small concessions like this one that they're making allegedly right now. Oh, and well, folks, what's the timeline on that? When is this supposed to happen? Like, are we assuming they're withdrawing now, or what? Over the next few days, or what? But otherwise, like, I see this.
It's already been a staggered withdrawal. They've been moving people across the river, and resources. So,
how do you determine these things, Ross? What are your sources? You don't have to give away your goods.
When I see a variety of news reports saying that they're exporting civilians to the east, and they're like, kidnapping everyone. Well, it looks to me like they're moving people out of the way of like what's going to be a huge battle. So there was reports of basically like ferries going across the river, pontoon bridges, and the Russian army was trying to coordinate like civilians going one way and then military assets going the other way during the evacuation process.
Yeah.
And so now I think that they've gotten the population out of the way, that they're going to be able to get out of the way. It makes sense for them to now pull the military back.
Matt,
I can't say. I don't know. But I think that there's potentially a narrative that there's children that have become orphaned as a result of this war, and finding them parents is probably good.
Let's see the tattoos, boys. No visible patches.
Yep.
What is that flag, though?
I think it just makes sense that they're pulling back.
Okay, yeah.
With the sort of like the loitering munitions that they have access to now.
Kamikaze, Ross. Learn the lingo.
Right. I'm sorry. The kamikaze suicide drone killer baby machete 9000. Whatever. That they have these drones and that it's being paired with their own, rocket or whatever missile artillery. seems like it's getting their job done, which is to, destabilize the back lines of Ukraine, infrastructure and logistics, so that the country can't operate.
Homie, I was so fucking distracted. What'd you just say? Say that again. For me. Your pal, Dan Simpson. I'm so sorry. I'm distracted as fuck. I'm listening now. I'm listening.
Yeah, no, it just makes sense that they would pull back.
Yeah.
It's just, strategically, there's no reason to stay. I think I just had restated the stuff I had already said.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you want to watch this piece with me?
Yeah.
All right.
Is this Berletic?
Berletic.
Today
is it Berletic or
November...
Berletic? Yeah, I guess I've never known.
He needs a producer.
Yeah.
The man needs
I would pair up with Berletic.
Hey, have you emailed Vijay Prashad yet? Who told you to email him?
No. I should.
Well,
I want to get some projects
should
going.
is like a prescriptive thing.
All right. What?
Should. Like
Are you hacking my
if
mind
I
right
say
now?
you should do something, that's a prescription. You're like, oh. So if you're like, oh yeah, I should do that. Well, like you're giving yourself the prescription that like, oh, this is a expectation that you have of yourself. It's like, well then, fulfill that expectation of yourself. Be the person you want to be.
I see. Yeah, maybe. Something like that.
Be not afraid. You have skills to lend the revolution, Dan.
Let's go. Let's do it. Okay. Prashad's great. Berletic's great. I want them to have I just want important content getting out there in ways that make it easy for people to absorb that content. Just a tip. Ukrainian source which posts new de-occupied areas. One of the earliest is... Okay. TPYXA News. Have y'all have heard of this, right? I think we've seen it on like Telegram and stuff, right? That's like a pro-Ukrainian source.
Yeah. Unelectable is probably going to be more familiar with Telegram sources.
Yeah, that. Unelectable. What's your experience over there with that group? Check. You're a big fan of VJ. He speaks English better and which is more with more flourish than I am. Sorry. Yeah, hell yeah. I thought you were like trying to like tell me another language that I wasn't aware of called Wittage. And I'm like, okay, that's new to me. Yep, I had no idea. I thought it was a different language that he knew. Okay, I get it now. Okay, great. Here's the new atlas. You might be confused with old atlases, but no, this is the new atlas. This is Brian Berletic. He's like a former military guy, like you, Ross.
Yep.
And,
we're all CIA. Or what? Is this unrelated to Atlas Shrugged?
I hope so.
Okay. It better not be a libertarian. If this is some...
Yeah. Yo, are you into cults, by the way? This is a side thing. Are you into cults? Do you like cults?
I think they're interesting.
Yeah, in that way. Do you know the cult, the NXIVM cult?
Yeah.
Dude, they're libertarians.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
They're libertarians. They got like Ayn Rand on their shelves.
Oh yeah.
They got stacks of it.
Yeah, there's a
makes sense.
The overlap is if you do a Venn diagram.
Yeah.
It's suspicious.
They don't get consent, so it makes complete sense.
Right.
Okay. Anyways, so this is a former military guy like you, and since then you're become CIA, deep state, and you're fighting you're fighting for the good side from within the CIA because you know Empire's evil, right? Right, Ross? Say Empire's evil. You have to say it. If you can't say it, then I know you're a cop.
Oh, Empire bad.
All right.
Yeah. Empire's evil.
All right. Which Empire?
All Empire.
Okay. If you hate Empire, name its top 5 albums.
The Monroe Doctrine, Manifest Destiny, War of 1812, Truman Doctrine.
Yeah.
And the War on Terror post 9/11.
Nice. Okay. Those were pretty good, but you only got 3 out of 5. I was looking for Operation Paperclip and Iran Contra. Okay. Either way, let's continue here.
God damn it.
Yeah. New Atlas. He's talking Russian Kherson withdrawal. It's a trap. Is it a trap or is it a necessary chess move? Did you watch this?
I have not yet.
You seem to be on the same page as Brian. Okay, here we go.
Dialectical materialism is a motherfucker.
It is. It's a hell of a drug.
I love the dialectic.
So, Ross, should I start dressing up in a tie and shirt each day, a little tie bar action, or do you like a casual? Do you like it casual?
I think it's nice to be able to dress up. As somebody who had to like wear a suit as part of the job every day.
Yeah,
it gets old, you know. It's nice to be able to like throw on a t-shirt and hoodie.
Oh, I used to teach every day, and they made me wear a tie, and I'm like, why? What are we doing here? It starts to get really arbitrary after a while. Like, who chose this for me? I didn't make this decision.
Like, I had fun with it, you know. Where like I would dress like. I got my own little, flair. Yeah. I got my own, little style. But no, man, like I have a closet full of suits that I don't wear.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like great,
All right, here we go. Okay, I'm glad. Thank you for not making me feel self-conscious about my attire. I like to be relaxed.
Think about Chris Smalls.
Yeah.
People give him shit because he doesn't wear a tie. He's not dressed up like the generic, professional.
What kind of loser? Who do I gotta make fun of? Who's making fun of Chris Smalls? Who needs to be made fun of? I didn't make it fun of enough.
Yeah.
All right. How many pieces of flair are you wearing right
now? 4.
All right. That's the minimum. Russian Kherson withdrawal. Here we go.
November 10th.
Nice little 10-minute video from Brian. Thank you, Brian.
2022. I want to talk about the situation in and around Ukraine, and specifically this Russian Ministry of Defense announcement that they are going to begin withdrawing Russian forces from Kherson City, from the west to the east bank of the Dnieper River. Now, 3 weeks ago, when Russian General Sergei Surovikin was made overall commander of Russia's special military operation in Ukraine, he alluded to the necessity of making what he called difficult decisions. And at the time, and this was in specific reference to Kherson City, and at the time I interpreted that to mean the withdrawal of Russian forces from Kherson City. And I have actually been saying this for quite a while. After Kharkov, it was very clear that Russia had made the decision that anytime their forces were in danger of suffering heavy losses or being encircled, destroyed, or captured, that they would simply withdraw. They would preserve their manpower and their equipment. And as they withdrew...
What is this body language telling you right now, Matt?
This is the second time that Matt has brought up being a burletic body language understander.
Yeah, give us the goods here. Follow through.
Because you said the same thing about the NASAMS.
All right, here we go.
Heavy losses.
What does this body language say?
Ukrainian
what do you
forces.
understand?
This being a war of attrition, that is.
You want to chop it up, Matt? You want to chop it up?
Strategy that will ultimately win you the war, not immediately, but over time, things will tilt in your favor. And I'm going to explain how that process is unfolding, even with what appears to be and what we will be told is a resounding Ukrainian victory. Now, I want to take a look at RT. This is a Russian media source, but this is a Russian government announcement. So that is why I'm citing a Russian source.
Yeah, right. You use RT and libs lose their minds. You're working. No
Russia
worries,
to pull troops out of frontline city of Kherson, Ministry of Defense. The article says Russia has decided to withdraw its troops from the right bank of the Dnieper River, including the regional capital of Kherson. The Defense Ministry explained that it wants to avoid unnecessary losses among its forces and spare the lives of civilians. So this clearly was the difficult decision General Surovikin was talking about 3 weeks ago, and it was for precisely the reasons I discussed 3 weeks ago, avoiding the loss of Russian troops and equipment. The article continues, while admitting that the decision is not an easy one, the commanders see little sense in keeping the troops on the right bank. The chief of the Russian military operation in Ukraine, Army General Sergei Surovikin, told Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu on Wednesday. The general pointed to continued Ukrainian attacks on the Kakhovskaya hydroelectric dam on the Dnieper River, arguing that it could mean a total isolation of the Russian troops in Kherson. If the Kiev regime launches an even more devastating attack on the dam, a flow of water could rise that would flood large areas, causing significant civilian casualties, Surovikin added. This, according to the commander, would create further threats for civilians and risk total isolation of our force grouping on the right bank of the Dnieper. A pullout would help avoid the worst case scenario and also keep the combat effectiveness of the force grouping in the area, Surovikin said. Now, unless you know the disposition of Russian and Ukrainian troops around Kherson, there's no way to tell for sure whether or not Russia would have been able to defend the city under those circumstances General Surovikin was talking about: the destruction of the dam, flooding of the river, the isolation of Russian forces. However, if somehow Russian forces were overwhelmed by a Ukrainian offensive, especially when they were completely isolated from the east bank of the Dnieper River, this would have been a defeat of historic proportions. Russia's decision to withdraw completely eliminates this possibility, and it essentially ends Ukraine's offensive because they launched two offensives, one towards Kharkov, one towards Kherson. If Russian troops actually do withdraw from the city and Ukrainian forces move in or around the city, I'll explain that in just a moment, then their offensive is over because they're not crossing the Dnieper and attacking this bulk of Russian forces that have preserved their manpower and equipment and are now on the other side of a river that Ukraine would have to concentrate its forces in bottlenecks to try to attack. It would be a disaster for Ukraine, even more so than the Kherson offensive already has been. They have fed their entire army into these two offensives. Ukraine is in the middle of an all-or-nothing offensive, actually more towards the end of an all-or-nothing offensive. They threw everything they had at Kharkov. Yeah. They threw everything they had at Kherson. And the goal here was to achieve some major victory that would force Russia to agree to a political settlement before this war of attrition grinds on and Russia settles this entirely militarily and entirely in their favor. This is a lot like what the Germans did in 1944 with their Ardennes offensive. It didn't work then for the Germans. It really doesn't look like it's going to work now for Ukraine. Russia, by withdrawing, is denying Ukraine the ability to score a major victory in this way. Yes, they're going to get the city, Kherson City, but they're not going to be able to score a major military defeat over Russia. Their forces are moving intact to the east bank of the river, and they're still in territory that Kiev claims as Ukrainian. They are conserving their manpower and their equipment to continue fighting. And Ukraine, in the process of this offensive, has expended what little they had left. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Ukraine's reaction to this announcement made by the Ministry of Defense, the Russian Ministry of Defense. And I think it's summed up well. Mikhailo Podolyak, he is advisor to the head of the office of President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and it says, actions speak louder than words. We see no...
This guy said some shit in the past. I can't remember what he said, but he said some shit, right?
No signs that Russia is leaving Kherson without a fight.
I just don't remember what. Anyone remember, Matt? Anyone?
A part of the Russian group is preserved in the city, and additional reserves are charged to the region. Ukraine is liberating territories based on intelligence data, not staged TV statements. So it appears at the moment they suspect it could possibly be a trap to lure Ukrainian forces in. And as all of this takes place, Russia continues striking at Ukraine's national power grid each day.
I think we're looking at a huge Russian offensive? I don't know. I think they're staying right where they are.
Goes by, it is further dismantled.
Unless the West escalates further.
I talked about Ukrainian air defenses recently, how Western analysts admit that they are completely destroyed and the West has no way to replace them. I've been talking for months about how once Ukraine loses all of their tanks, they have no viable option to replace them. The West has become increasingly...
Look at that, Ukraine. Tankies. Confirmed.
Increasingly desperate to find ways to send them more tanks, and they're simply not coming in faster than they're being destroyed on the battlefield. This is going to have an accumulative effect. This, coupled with the fact that Ukraine has now reached the furthest extent its offensives could reach. Russia has weathered them by maintaining its manpower and its equipment intact.
They literally are giving it away.
Now it is reinforcing it with 300,000 reservists, mobile.
I'm not sure I understand. They are backing out of Kherson right now.
Being brought to the front right now.
They're going to be on the eastern side of the river. Western side of east, whatever. The eastern bank.
As we speak. And Russia is going to then make its move. It's going to make its move against Ukrainian forces that have stretched themselves out. There are Ukrainian forces that are going to be required to hold Kherson city. And there will be logistics required to sustain that. This is going to stretch what little Ukraine has left out even further. And when Russia makes its move, it's going to be moving against a Ukrainian force thinned out, stretched out, diminished, and unable to replace its losses. This is what we're looking at over the next 2 or 3 months. So the next month, we will be listening to the Western media, just as they did after the Kharkov offensive, about how well Ukraine is doing, and then reality is going to set back in. So they're going to have this propaganda boost, and then reality is going to set back in. Be patient in the meantime. Let's keep our eyes open and see how this develops. Maybe it is a trap. I don't think that it's a trap, but maybe it is. We'll know soon enough. If you thought this video was useful, please like.
All right, Brian, good stuff.
It doesn't need to be a trap. Like the town, like the city itself is a liability under these conditions, because electricity, water, food, for all of these reasons, like if you hold the city, it's your responsibility to deal with those things. Like if Ukraine wants to recapture Kherson, quote unquote, and then deal with a city through winter, okay, like sap your own resources then. We're going to not expend ours, roll back to the other side of the river where it's going to be hard for you to cross. And we'll see you in a couple months.
Temporary strategic retreat, says Matt, not surrendering territory politically. This is an excellent Russian narrative control. They pull out and announce they're pulling out, so Ukraine can't claim they valiantly defending them and chase them out. The exact opposite how they handled Kharkov. So different than Kharkov.
Yeah, I would say there's more than a couple hundred of volunteers, American volunteers in Ukraine. We have active military assets there on the ground and have had them there for a long time. We've been helping to train and support Ukraine's military since 2014, or actually 2012 was when that started. But
2012.
Yeah, so some of Azov Battalion were getting trained by the Grey Wolves back then.
I need that. I need that link.
So
that ties into my project.
Yeah, and we already know that the Grey Wolves are effectively a NATO thing. So,
Gladio. We got Agent Sean Penn on the ground, handing out tactical Oscars. You see a lot of dead Western mercs on Telegram. Damn. Mercenaries.
I mean, if you're a nationalist and you're thinking that you're going to have to like do the violence to be a fascist, active war zones are where those people go to get their training.
Yeah. And those same people are the ones whipping up violence at protests and stuff.
Yep, just like Charlottesville.
Charlottesville, J6.
Yep.
Some guy died, had a Pepe arm patch? Oh my god, dude. Rest in peace, Bozo. Not even mercs, regular army soldiers from the Bundeswehr. What's the Bundeswehr?
People's Arm? Or
Federal Defense Forces of Germany. Uh-oh. $1,700 Western fascists already gone to Ukraine for training before February. Whoa. All right. What else do we need to know about Ukraine right now? I mean, this seems to...
I'd keep an eye on that dam.
Yeah. Damn it. Keep an eye on that dam.
Yep. There's stuff happening north of Zaporizhia that I haven't been following as closely. Excuse me. But that's part of the other, a major sort of front of that offensive.
Ukrainian military have liberated these areas, they're saying. Right where Russia said they're leaving. So we can expect to see more of that in maps like this, more of these liberation of areas. Hopefully we don't see them blow the dam.
Yeah, that would be a humanitarian disaster.
Would be huge.
And of course, like in the same way that like Nord Stream, nobody's accountable.
Right.
Like, it's only when Russia does something that it's atrocious and terrible.
Exactly. Reports. Russian military blowing up critical civilian infrastructure in Kherson. It's Russia that's doing it. From this account. Can you hear Yoshi in the background? Yeah, she's screaming. She mad about everything.
Rashists. That's a bad sign.
Rashists? Weird.
That's just dog whistle for Russians.
Okay, I've never seen that. He's so bad. Rashists. Russians and fashion. Okay, I literally couldn't figure it out. They began to destroy the infrastructure of Kherson, so they're saying as they... What are you doing? Maybe I did. Rashists. According to local mass media, occupiers blew up the city's TV center, some facility in Boiler House.
Quite possibly.
Maybe. Guy. Who's this guy?
Шановні українці, зараз...
Ukrainian guy. Let's check this out.
28-я бригада, Киселевка, Северада.
Let's see the tattoos, boys.
Where them tattoos and patches at?
Only one side of the conflict decided to deregulate their labor laws during war. How about that? Hold on, what do you got on the side of your helmet there?
Look like cross cannons.
Oh.
Да, дуже. Это...
So what is this, them liberating areas? Liberated, yeah. And in the Kherson. Alright. They're like celebrating, right? The Dirov. Alright. Well. What else is on your mind, Ross? Yeah? What's that?
I was just saying, I think that's that.
All right.
Keep an eye on that space.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. All right, homie.
Cool. I'll be listening.
All right. Thanks. Have a good day, Ross.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
I'm gonna go feed my plants.
Nice. Good call.
Bye.
All right. Peace out. That's Comrade Ross Publica joining me, talking about the war in Ukraine. I hope that was good. It's a crest for their division. Yeah. All right. We're doing stuff today. We did the Ukraine update. Check. Next. What's going on in Haiti? What's going on in Iran? I don't know. We may not have time to do that today. Man, it's hot in my room. Oh, it's cooling off. That's good, though. Oh, great. That's my email. Funny how Russia is fascist, but opposition papers and TV channels still exist, and it isn't under martial law, but the actual bona fide Nazis aren't. That is interesting. Well, folks, that's a little bit of the of an update on Ukraine. I hope to do more and more of this and get more people in here to give me updates. Guys. If you have information that you think will add to the conversation, or maybe it stands against some of the information that we just presented, drop it in our Discord, on your radar. Let us know. The Ukraine war. I should have a fucking Ukraine war channel. It's about this time. Boom. It's a channel. All right, there's a new channel there. I should have done this a long time ago. And Haiti and Iran, if you got links on that, let me know what's going on. If you can give me a solid source, an update. Okay, let's see what else is on your radar. Zoomer, Bernie Kratz. This is the Zoomer. Bernie Kratz have been celebrating winning. He won. He beat Val Demings. What? Florida. Florida's 10th beat Val Demings, organizer for March for Our Lives. First person from Gen Z to be elected. And the second born in the 90s after Madison Cawthorn. Ah, interesting. Yeah, homie. Keep scrolling. Don't tell me what to do. What's the deal? Israel. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh no. Is this what is this? Yeah, Israel. Israel, I figured. Hey, how about that background music? You all like background music? Yeah, how about that, huh? Suggests that businesses participate in BDS should be divested. Oh, man. Oh, no, homie. He performed in the parade during Obama's second inauguration. Oh, no, dude. This is who the Bernie-crats, the Zoomer Bernie-crats have been celebrating winning. You guys, Bernie wasn't enough. Bernie was the compromise. Hey, Thoughttiana, welcome in, homie. Welcome in, y'all. In the questionnaire, he distanced himself from his past while declaring aggressive stance against BDS, yeah. And stating his opposition to anti-Zionism. Oh my god, dude. Just say you're a Zionist. Alright. Jackson and Cenk. Voting for pro-police fascists. I guess he's a Zionist. If you're against anti-Zionism, it's like being against anti-fascism. It's like, hold on. Figure it out, homies. Yo, it's 3 Arrows energy, am I wrong? It's 3 Arrows energy. So Jackson Hinkle says, all I needed to decide who I was voting for mayor of LA was a short walk from 9th Street to my voting center at 4th. Let's put an end to the satanic DNC careerist ghouls who are destroying the city. He's referring to homelessness without saying it. And he's gonna so he gives himself an out. Where if you go, oh, you're talking about the homelessness? He goes, oh, I didn't say that, right? Yes. And then Cenk Uygur saying, yeah, are you voting Caruso? Yes, Karen Bass's main message seems to be that she's an establishment Dem who who thinks things in LA are generally fine. They're not. Again, referencing the same things Jordan Hinkle is. And will work the system better. The problem is the system. There's nothing but incompetence and corruption here. We need change. And we know his pro-cop bootlicking stance. Yeah. Right wing gonna right wing, yeah. That's the analysis. Alright, I feel like we've been listening to this this playlist so much that it's starting to repeat. I'm just gonna hit up random playlist here. I hope it's good. Give me a second here so I can create a button so I can skip a song in case I need to. What is even this button? I don't know what that button is. Is there a Spotify? Spotify, next song. Well, alright. I like this song though. I like this album. Well. Yep. John Fetterman Sea Shanty parody.
Letting violent prisoners free while borders overflow. Soon may the Fetterman come to bring us radical socialism. One day when the nation is done, we'll wish we'd told him no. Soon may the Fetterman come to bring us radical socialism. One day when the nation is done, we'll wish we'd told him no.
Our American Century is responsible for the content of this advertising.
He's an imperialist, right? He's going to vote to arm Ukraine. He's a Zionist too? Get out. No way. I mean, yeah, better than Oz, but for who? All right, that's on your radar. And again, folks, if there's something that you think is a real big important thing, You think people like myself and Marxists, leftists like us, things that we should be aware of that are either like stories that are popping up, news, politics, links, maybe someone made a really good piece of content you think we should check out? That's where it goes. I've got different channels. We got this Ukraine channel. You know what that's for. Deep dives. I'm currently doing deep dives on Syria and actually, let's do this. Current deep dives. We got what do we got? We got Syria. We be deep diving on I would say the Turkey stuff is separate. Let me just put that way. But if your link ends up in the wrong channel, it's not a big deal. I'm just trying my best. Oh, so for instance, yeah, like this link. Hitler called Mustafa Kemal Ataturk his shining star. This goes over here. Perfect. I just want to keep things straight here. Syria. What the fuck else are we doing? Oh, Iran. Haiti. Even though we haven't begun some of these deep dives, these are things that are popping off too. I want to keep track of. All right. Current deep dives. We'll pin it. Yeah, so I'm just looking for resources about those deep dive topics. Libs are already ramping up to go back to sleep after the midterms. Well, it's back to browbeating season. So they're just like warming up their eyebrows, right? So they gotta take a nap to warm up their eyebrows. All right, I think we're done with the updates. Back to brunch. Hey, they got to get back to ignoring the immigrants. That Biden's doing the same shit that Trump did, but maybe even worse. And off the charts. They lost their heads over Trump's immigration policy. Libya. Yeah, homie. Libya. Barely know ya. Whoops. Libya. 100%. I feel like there's still room to dunk on Sam Cedar on that one, you know what I mean? That fucking guy. All right. Folks, if you live in the Chicagoland area, I want you to bring all of the butts of your joints over to my place, and I'm going to smoke them for you, okay? I'm that desperate. Let's go. Bring me your butts. Show me your poops. Nice. What else do you think I should be diving in on? I'm wrapping my head around Iran. Like I said, Libya has been something we've been doing a pretty decent job of wrapping our head around. Syria, I think Libya and Iran are my weaker links over there. And of course, you know my whole Ottoman Empire, Turkish young nationalist, Grey Wolves, that whole thread. I'm pulling on that one too. And that one is the Chotley Trap House, okay? So if you have links for this project, drop them in here. Dispensary's been closed since 1 because of Nicole. No! I'm sorry to hear that. As you all know, I'm desperate to solve the problem of running out of weed. God damn it, am I sick of that. I've heard enough of this bullshit from Russians. Here's Artie. Homie, you don't get to act like you care about material analysis, and then when we start bringing up stuff, you're like, ah, well, this sounds like Russian. And now it's just like, you're not a serious person. This is a dialectical community. So, like, if you care about history, you're not going to pick a side. The side is the side of truth. You're just trying to understand what happened, why it happens. And you do this thing where you're like, wow, no, I won't listen to that because Putin said it one time. That makes you a baby. Just like I can't ignore everything that Zelensky says. You can't do that. Not that I'm like on Russia's side here. But you clearly are on our side. You know, we're just not the same. I wonder how long this person's gonna last. Everyone be nice. What do they say? Whenever someone says they're from Ukraine, I don't believe them. I don't listen to fuckwad who says that I'm a Nazi for supporting my country. All right, don't call people fuckwads. Don't call my viewers fuckwads. All right, now. All right, don't call him a Nazi. All right, are you happy now? Now subscribe to the channel. I'm kidding. I'm just trying to facilitate a decent conversation here, okay? Everyone work with me. Shit. I think that's all she wrote over here. That's all she wrote. That Twitch payout cannot come soon enough. Come on, Twitch. All right, so with that said, how can I prove that I'm a Ukrainian if you don't believe me, though? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not you're Ukrainian. That's the point. It doesn't make what you believe any more or less true. At the end of the day, you gotta, like, explain yourself via chat, you know? This is just how it is. I don't know how to... I don't know. Like, just because I'm from Chicago, it doesn't mean what I believe about Chicago makes it true. So it's just like, I know why people lead with stuff like that. I just can't take it seriously. Because there's this thing that people can do on the internet. You won't believe this. They can lie. And it's very easy for someone to lie and to be able to shift the conversation one way or the other. Matt with the Bezos bucks. Thanks, homie, for the 13.
Bezos bucks.
We all know why someone would lie about being from Ukraine at a time like this. We all know why. All right. All right, whatever. Y'all got a ton of Nazis. And there's no way to arm you guys without arming the Nazis. I think that's a fucking problem. So therefore, I'm against arming Ukraine. That kind of gets me, you know what I mean? I wonder if we can meet somewhere in the middle there. might have to read this. Who's got 17 bucks? If someone buys this for me, I'll read it. Ataturk in the Nazi imagination, homie. Took inspiration from... yeah. Okay. Adolf Hitler took inspiration from Mussolini, we know this. His senior colleague in fascism. That's where they defined fascism. This fact's widely known. Equally important role model for Hitler has been entirely neglected. Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the founder of modern Turkey. How about that? All right, 17 bucks. Who's going to do it? I'll read it right now. No, I'm not going to read it right now. I'll read it later. I also picked up American Exception, so I'm very excited to read that too. Hitler, deeply interested in Turkish affairs after 1919. Yeah, pretty much when he realized that they were going to get away with a fucking genocide of the Armenians. How about that? He not only admired but also sought to imitate Ataturk's radical construction of a new nation from the ashes of defeat in World War I. Oh, man. Hitler and the Nazis watched closely as Ataturk defied the Western powers to seize government, and they modeled the Munich Putsch to a large degree on Ataturk's rebellion in Ankara. Hitler later remarked that in the political aftermath of the Great War, Ataturk was his master, he and Mussolini his students. What? Yo. Ataturk remained Hitler's star in the darkness through the 1920s, his inspiration for remaking Germany alongside nationalist, secular, totalitarian, and ethnically exclusive lines. Nor did it escape Hitler's notice how ruthlessly Turkish governments had dealt with Armenian and Greek minorities, whom influential Nazis directly compared with German Jews. The new Turkey, or at least those aspects of it, that the Nazis chose to see became a model for Hitler's plans and dreams in the years leading up to the invasion of Poland. Holy shit, dude. I gotta read this. Come on, who's got $17? I'm broke right now. I'm absolutely broke. I need your money. Come on. Who's a champion? I'm gonna read this. This is gonna get folded into mine and Karem's presentation of our show. It's going to probably be in the first episode. We're gonna talk about Ataturk a lot, and I definitely want to draw this connection here. Yo, these young Turks were proto-Nazis, and it's no surprise to see the mutual admiration between the two. Get out of here, man. Oh, here's the prologue. Ooh. Will you read it? It won't read. It won't read. I won't let me select it. All right, let's read the prologue, huh? All right, I hate this song. Next. Thank you, peace. No worries, homie. We'll get someone. The year. The year is 1908. A decade before our main story really begins. This is the beginning of the, this is the Young Turk Revolution. $1908. All right, folks, I'm in research mode. I'm in editing mode. I'm in deep dive mode. I'm in focusing on my project mode. You are welcome to Mustafa! The perfect. You did it, homie. All right, hold on. I got to do this behind the scenes. Hold on. This is Amazon. Love your face. If I buy it, I gotta figure this out. 1 second. I gotta figure out like which account I use, you know? It's a Kindle? Oh baby. Thank you, homie.
My ding ding dong.
I don't know if we're continuing the Ukrainian war theme, but I wanted to ask this. Why won't people, including me, support arming Ukraine if it actually works? What do you mean works? What does this mean works? Do you think it's been working the last 8 years, homie? 14,000 have died in Donbass. You think that's working? Is your brain entirely broken? What the fuck's wrong with you? I don't know what angle you're coming at this from. Russia retreats equals works? How many have to die for that to happen, homie? How much more of Donbass has to be destroyed for that to happen? Do you think that's really going to happen? It's not happening. You're out of your mind. You're like a typical NATO simp. Your brain is entirely broken. You love war. What is wrong with you? They got the Donbass. Give it up. I also wish there was no war in Ukraine, but the West pushed Russia. The West did this, homie. And all you got to do is like just shit on Russia. Your brain is broken. I don't believe you're from Ukraine. And I want the war to end as soon as possible. If you cared about the people in Ukraine, you too would believe the same thing. Makes it really hard for me to believe you're from Ukraine. I want peace. I want them to negotiate peace as soon as possible. And you're like, no, let them fight until those orcs get out of there, you fucking sicko. Get out of here. Got a liberal heckler.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
That's the idea of all Ukrainians, dude? What about the people in Donbass? All Ukrainians? You think you speak for all Ukrainians? What the fuck? I'm not joking? You're wrong. What? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Are you seriously such a baby brain you think that? Alright, I think it's time for you to go. I think you're just like literally arguing. You're arguing with reality at this point. And reality disagrees with you. I just hate to be the person that has to tell you what reality is. So if you're not joking, then why are you saying something that's just blatantly wrong? Do you think we're going to believe the gaslight that you're trying to do right now? I'm going to allow you one more thing to say, to add to the conversation. If you think you're adding to the conversation, say it. If it doesn't add to the conversation, you'll be removed. Because you don't seem to understand what that means. It's time to get rid of you. Can you add to the conversation, or are you going to just literally lie? What everyone thinks. You think you speak for everyone. This is such a baby move. And then you're like, no, I'm serious. What? I don't even have to argue such a baby-faced argument. Such an argument that's just so baby-faced. Baby-brained on its face. Are you fucking kidding me? Everyone agrees with you? What? I have to argue this? Do you really think we're on the same level here? Ask any Ukrainian then. Okay, and if someone disagrees with you, what does that mean? I can't believe I'm arguing with you about this. Go away. Go away, dude. Just go away. Plenty disagree. Go fuck yourself. Fucking losers. That was a weak-ass attempt. Try harder. Oh yeah, everyone agrees with me. Just ask. Fuck you. Seriously, like assholes, dude. Alright, let me get this book here. Alright, I think I got it. Thank you, homie. Problem with your Kindle. I probably got to...
Nope.
Change. I gotta change the payment. Retry or edit credit card. None of these cards are up to date. Is this the one? What book am I ordering? This book about Nazis loving Ataturk. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, let's, I hope that works. Seriously, again? Bear with me. Okay. And interesting. Let me get my wallet. I'm Ukrainian, my asshole. I got a big salad.
Mmm.
How is this getting rejected? Oh, I had the wrong expiration date. Way off. What's Ataturk in the Nazi imagination. This will be a good thread to pull on. More like suggestion. All right, it went through. All right, where's my book? I got it. Cool. That'll give me something to dig into. Oh. I love salad. All right. Here. That's the book I got. What happened? Did I skip the song? It paused. How did I do that? Dude, the way they framed that was absolutely insane. They said work. And the word work was doing a whole lot of work, am I right? Well, I got this button here. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Not it. Well, I had this daily playlist. It was great. Good playlist. All right. What part of... It's like, what part of the 14,000 dead in Donbass is working for you, you fucking idiot? And that does not even include all the dead from the... since February. We have no idea, do we? I'm not active in any party. I think I found my time is best spent making content. There's a lot of different ways to fit into a revolution. Just get involved. Doesn't have to be a party. Started the only dance party. It's a party. All right. Yeah. It's a party.
Oh, you touch my tra-la-la. My ding-ding-dong.
It's a party. Oh, it stopped. Fuck. I love this salad. I think it comes in a bag from Trader Joe's. It's just my favorite.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Love your face. Oh, look at that. 69 ratings. Nice.
I'm gonna come.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. Where was I?
Nice.
What's that article?
Nice.
Wow. Hitler called Ataturk shining star. Go. Whoops. Goebbels. Entranced by Ataturk. Entranced. Yummy, yummy, yummy salad. I love salad. Uh-huh. However, Turkish nationalists they negotiated a new treaty which established modern-day Turkey and also absolved them of the genocide of Armenians. It showed the Nazis, hey, you can get away with it. But I guess the Nazis went too far.
Hey, guys.
Proletariat. Hey, homie. They said it wasn't a meal. What the fuck? What? You can make a meal out of anything. Really lacks creativity. You'd hate to be with them on a desert island, you know? Oh, that coconut, that's not a real meal. Motherfucker, who is this? Laura Marling, dude. Fuck, so good. I wish there was more. It's definitely a meal. Okay.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
What happened? Oh.
The Nazi-affiliated Heimatland gave 1/8 of its space each week, from September 1 to October 15, 1923, to features on Ataturk. Over the next 4.5 years, the conservative paper Kreuzzeitung would run a total of 2,200 articles, items, and reports on Turkey. Papers throughout the country would refer to Turkey as Germany's role model. Nationalist opinion makers would laud what they saw as Turkey's strong negotiating tactics, essentially, give us all that we want or we will continue to fight, and decried German acquiescence to Allied terms. Some, like the influential pastor and politician Max Mohrenbrecher, even began to argue that if Germans had fought for their freedom in borders like the Turks, they would not be suffering the onerous conditions of Versailles.
Fuck, man. I need a page for just Ataturk. I'm at that point. Where's Ataturk? He's in here. Where are you, homie? Where did I put him in there? Ataturk. Revered by Mao at the time, but also Hitler, so very confusing. I don't know so much about the Mao thing. There's a lot going on here. Where am I?
Turkey's revolution was a revisionist nationalist dream come true, even a fetishized version of it, because it had been achieved by the sword, in the field, with major battles, and many epic twists, writes Erig.
He should have changed it by now. I don't think we'll do an episode of the series on Cenk and the Young Turks. I think we're just gonna, force the contradiction just by talking about it. And people can reach their own conclusion about whether or not he should change the name of his fucking channel. But yeah, at one point he denied it. He no longer does, but by having denied it, that aligns him with, number one, the people who did it. The people who called themselves Young Turks. The Turkish nationalist movement in general. And it's just pretty wild, the whole thing. And then he's got an Armenian co-host. Pretty wild stuff, homies. Yep, uses Anna as a shield. That's an op, dude. That's a total intentional strategy right there. The Wolfpack shit is what gets me. The logo's a gray wolf. Did we talk about that one yet? So I probably won't talk about that in an episode, but we are going to talk about that here. Cenk. And is it Cenk? Does he have like a C with a little C cedilla below it? Wolfpack. Yeah. It's got a wolf in there, homies. That's something. I don't know which one's what. Get a drop of kids saying Operation from the Operation board game commercial. You got a link? It's like if JBP had a show with Blair White running interference. Yeah. Not bad. I can get he's got plausible deniability with the name, but he was a young and a Turk, so plausible. Come on, if you're from Turkey, you know the history. But yeah, it's just like, if it were just any one of these things alone, right? If it were any one of these things alone, I would be like, wait, homie, what? But it's the fact that it just keeps stacking, and I'm like, wait, homie, what? It's the addition of all of it. Although, again, any one of these things would be suspicious. Just like if a communist uses the 3 arrows, I'm like, I don't know though. But it's like if a communist used the 3 arrows, if a communist also was like, I don't really like Marx or Lenin, I'm like, okay, hold up. And then if a communist is like, yeah, the hammer and sickle, not for me. And then if a communist is like, yeah, I don't like China. At that point, I'm like, fuck you. You're not a comrade. It's the addition of all these things. Yeah, I don't know, homie. I'm imagining a guy just to hate. I'm creating a new guy in my imagination just to be mad at. You get me though. I gotta reload that. The fuck even is that? I don't know, man. I don't know. Whoa. Really? ContraPoints recommended not using ham 6? Turns out she's just a liberal who hates fascists. Which is respectable. Well, communists aren't fascists. Years ago? Wow. Lampshading. What's this? Do I know what this is? A form of satire. You do the thing you're trying to display or shine a light on, hence lampshade, but it ends up being indistinguishable from the actual behavior or problem. What's that? Someone give me the line about sarcasm or satire or whatever. What's the line? Give me the line. What do we say? What's the thing that we say? The anti-communist propaganda is super entrenched. It really is. There was a period of time I was like too scared to like embrace the hamsick. There was a time I was scared. And it's because of Western propaganda. It's because of it. It was done on purpose. There it is. Satire requires a target and clarity of purpose, lest it be confused for that it intends to mock. June Hair, welcome in, homie. Someone who overly produces their content, being overly concerned with optics. Yeah. I'm a ham sicko. Let's go. Yeah. I love it. I got a button for that. Ham sickos. Put a ham sick on this guy's head or something. Yeah. Sicko. Alright, where was I? Ham sick is what happens when you try to do the rum ham for real. Poe's Law. Yeah. Alright. So this is actually where it gets actually pretty Nazi. If you're not already convinced that it's Nazi just because like fucking Hitler and Goebbels were real into it. They said it was a model for Germany, etc., aka Nazi Germany at the time. So this is this term Völkisch, the Völkisch movement, okay? Here, let's have my reader read.
In fact, Gehrig says, Turkey was to become a sort of Fürstenspiegel for conservative Germans.
I like that way too
much. A Fürstenspiegel, or mirror for princes, is a genre of literature that uses a distant story, either geographically or historically, to advocate for certain actions
I've never heard
in the
that
present.
Before.
German conservatives writing about Turkey would praise its active militant role in forging its national destiny.
It just tickles my funny bone in the right spot, the coleslaw. Oh my god.
And laud the ways in which Ataturk had come from Ankara, not Constantinople, to lead a unified Völkisch movement.
Or
that
Istanbul.
Ataturk was from Ankara was important, because Hitler and his allies saw their movement as having strength due its roots in Munich, not Berlin.
Völkisch.
Later, Ataturk's life story would be used to promote the importance of a Führer.
Alright, let me grab a couple important quotes. Quotes. Come on, you after...
This is not fine.
Not fine. Oh, here. Turkish Revolution, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Völkisch movement, okay. Reading on. Come on. Read.
The popular understanding of Hitler's rise to power often points to the influence of Mussolini in his march on Rome. In fact, argues Gehrig, the assumed role model function of Mussolini, mainly deduced from the later...
Why'd you stop reading? Have I stopped running ads? I don't believe so. It should be running automatically. Attacking a whistleblower is one of the shittiest thing a journalist can do. He's not a journalist. The guy's a low-level rat. A Gulenist op. Operation! Alright, where's the clip? Let me read this again.
The popular understanding of Hitler's rise to power often points to the influence of Mussolini in his march on Rome. In fact, argues Ihrig, the assumed role model function of Mussolini, mainly deduced from the later significance of fascist Italy, has led many authors to overestimate Italy, and as a result, few historians mention Ataturk as part of the general pre-putsch atmosphere. In fact, as Ihrig points out, Mussolini called himself the Mustafa Kemal of a Milanese Ankara as he began his own power grab.
Whoa, check that out.
Ihrig argues that the two main Nazi papers, the Heimatland and Völkischer Beobachter, were promoters of the Turkish methods as early as 1921. The Nazis argued that
by this time they'd genocided up to 1.5 million Armenians and Assyrians.
Brute force had been necessary for Turkey's independence, and, insidiously, they highlighted Ataturk's crackdown on ethnic minorities and all of those who dissented. One Nazi ideologue, Hans Tropst, wrote explicitly about Turkey's national purification of bloodsuckers and parasites like Armenians and Greeks. Tropst was later invited to meet with Hitler after the leader read his writings on Turkey. Ihrig notes that Hitler's secretary wrote to Tropst in Hitler's name, declaring, "What you have witnessed in Turkey is what we will have to do in the future as well in order to liberate ourselves."
Whoa! Holy shit, man. Yikes. Big yikes. Op song. Thanks, Dash.
Doctor, my belly aches.
We're out there zapping. You got a Charlie horse? Operation. Broken heart.
That's tricky to get that in there. Operation.
Butterflies in his stomach. You got a Charlie horse? Operation. Broken heart of course.
Let's see what I got.
Operation.
I don't know, maybe.
Operation.
Maybe. There's like too much background noise.
Operation.
It's not bad, actually. All right, reading on.
This praising of Turkish aggression was laying the groundwork for Hitler's Beerhall Putsch, in which he attempted, and failed, to seize power in Munich in 1923. It was only after it failed, Ihrig contends, that Hitler saw it as necessary to go a more legitimate political route like Mussolini. In his final speech at his trial, Hitler would also point to Ataturk, and then Mussolini, as examples of why his attempt at seizing power was not treasonous. It was, he said, for the gaining of liberty for his nation. A decade on, in 1933, Hitler would tell the Turkish daily Milliyet that Ataturk was, in his words, the greatest man of the century, and confessed to the paper that in the dark 1920s, the successful struggle for liberation that Ataturk led in order to create Turkey had given him the confidence that the National Socialist movement would be successful as well. Hitler called the Turkish movement his shining star. In 1938, on his birthday, Hitler would tell journalists and politicians that Ataturk was the first to show that it is possible to mobilize and regenerate the resources that a country has lost. In this respect, Ataturk was a teacher. Mussolini was his first and I his second student.
Oh my God. Well,
the German infatuation with Ataturk and Turkey waned after the Beerhall Putsch. Years later, after the Nazis had gained power and launched their wars, Turkey resurfaced again. Nazi propagandists pointed to Ataturk when they argued for the necessity of a Führer who was loyally followed by his people without question, when they pushed the need for just one political party and the obligation of national sacrifice, and when they argued for the necessity of cracking down on internal dissent in order to present a unified front against outside enemies. The German obsession with Turkey was so rampant under the Nazis, in fact, that the German Ministry for Propaganda actually complained in 1937 that positive coverage of Turkey was becoming unbearable.
Okay. Oops. There's a lot going on here, huh?
Even as Hitler's obsession with Turkey was strategic, it was also deeply personal. While Ihrig does a thorough job of detailing Germany's historic ties to the Ottoman Empire, and even potentially its involvement in the Armenian genocide, it's the Nazi leader's personal attachment to Turkey and Ataturk that is especially fascinating.
What? Germany's involvement?
Hitler, for instance, considered a bust of Ataturk by Joseph Thorak to be one of his cherished possessions, according to the Führer's official photographer Heinrich Hoffmann.
No. Oh my god, if I can get a picture of this, I'll shit my pants. Oh my god, dude. Give me this picture. Hitler bust of Ataturk. Huh? What's this? What's this? What's this? What is this? What is this? What? Go back. Why? I want to see it. Oh, man. Is that it? Where is it? Something about Joseph Thorak here. Rad Libs, don't you realize it yet? Yep. I can't make content for them. I've decided I can't. It slows me down. I need to like... Oh my god! Is that real? Ataturk did not like Hitler? Oh my god, look at this picture. Hitler, Ataturk. Is this real? Is this real, man? What are we looking at here? Oh, that's a penis. I got a wiener. TOS. Ataturk. Man, let's go. What's... According to Heinrich Hoffmann, Hitler owned a bust of Ataturk by Thorak, which he considered to be one of the most cherished possessions. This is Hitler's... Is this Hitler's bust? Is this the one in the picture? I can't tell how fucking... Oh my god. Height 8 meters. This is it. Oh my god. That's it? That's it, right? Wait. Oh no. This is something else. This is monument. Trust monument. Wait, that's something else. Here, this. 8 meters. That didn't look 8 meters. I'm tripping. That's like less than a meter. What's wrong with my brain? Oh. Is this it? You think this is it? Bust. Bronze. Does that look bronze to you? 57 centimeters. 57 centimeters. Is that 57 centimeters? Hold up. What the fuck is this? Man, what am I doing here? I gotta figure this out. What is this? Okay. We got this. That's it. 35 completion. He was commissioned to create busts of Ataturk for numerous public buildings in Turkey. But what about the one? Hitler. Hitler owned a bust. Is this the one? I can't tell. That sucks. It looks like it might not be the same one. Ugh, fuck. What's this? Doesn't appear there's like a picture or something in his office. Unless this is the one. I guess this is the one. This has got to be the one, right? Hitler. This has got to be the one. I can't read that. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Where were we? Right here. A bust. It's got to be that one. It's got to be it. It's got to be this one. There. All right. That's the best I can do for now. Reading on.
He also gave unique prominence to Turkey in issues of state. In 1934, just a day before Hitler's birthday, flags were lowered at the headquarters of the SA, Brownshirts, for the death of Turkish ambassador Kemalettin Sami Pasha, and according to Ihrig, Hitler himself ordered what was essentially a state funeral procession for the fallen diplomat. When Ataturk died on November 10th, his death dominated newspaper coverage in Germany, despite the fact that it happened just a day after the infamous Kristallnacht.
Oh my God. Did you celebrate Kristallnacht with a KFC cheesy chicken sandwich? I can't believe that's a joke.
Joseph Goebbels was also a big fan of the Turkish leader. In 1937, Goebbels wrote in his diary, "A nice flight. While traveling I finished reading the book on Ataturk. A proud hero's life.
Yikes.
Totally admirable. I am happy."
No.
Then on October 21, 1938, the same day Hitler ordered the breakup of Czechoslovakia, Goebbels wrote that Ataturk's death would be an irreplaceable loss. The Turkish leader's health had been declining, but days later, Goebbels would write in almost intimate language, "Ataturk's sickness is very serious." But his bear's nature helps him to fight off an early end at this point.
Easy chicken.
The most obvious connection to make between the Nazis and Ataturk's rule is, of course, the tragedies of the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide, which took place before Ataturk came to power. While Ihrig deftly dodges a debate over what exactly happened with Armenians in Turkey, he argues that as far as the Nazis were concerned, what actually happened did not matter. They believed that Armenians were the Jews of the Orient, and that their deaths and suppression played a key part in the emergence of modern Turkey. In speeches, Hitler would consistently refer to Armenians as being on the same level as Jews, and in one article he declared the wretched Armenian to be swine, corrupt, sordid, without conscience, like beggars, submissive, even dog-like.
kind of normal relations with those countries. No, my friends, it's really the Reagan administration that runs with terror whenever there's the first sign of friendliness from a socialist or revolutionary country. Reagan, as Tom Wickett said, in regards to the Soviet Union, for instance, in armaments, Reagan will not take yes for an answer. The final reason given is that we must contain the red tide. You heard that March speech by Ronald Reagan, vintage stuff, where he talked about a red tide lapping our border if we allowed Nicaragua to sustain the kind of government that its people have chosen in free and open elections. If we allow that, our own security is at risk. And you can see that superpower 60,000-man army of the Sandinistas cutting a swath up through Guatemala, Mexico, Texas, right up here into the heartland, right into Boulder, Colorado, dancing with your daughter and your sister. Do we want that? I hear they're good dances. The image of that tiny nation of 3 million being a threat to us, you know, reminds me of the Vietnam War. We used to hear that same stuff. We say, if we don't fight them in the jungles of Vietnam, we'll have to be fighting them on the shores of California. And Walter Lippmann said the image of the Vietnamese getting into their little PT boats and coming across the Pacific and taking California is an insult to the U.S. Navy. It's very hard to convince the American people that they should send their sons, and maybe, who knows, someday even their daughters, to go fight and die in some jungle to make the world safe for United Fruit Company or Chase Manhattan or Procter & Gamble or ITT. So you say it's to stop the threat of that communist country. It's very hard to convince the American people that a tiny country like Nicaragua or Vietnam or El Salvador is a threat to U.S. security. So you say it's not Nicaragua. They are the puppets of the Cubans, who are the puppets of bum 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 bum. The big red bear in the Kremlin. And yet again, as I just said, these countries continually want friendly overtures, continually want friendly relations, including the Soviet Union. What we hear also is that there's another pernicious element, and the thing we have to stop in these countries is a thing called communism, and that there are communists in these countries. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's time we ask, what's a communist? What does a communist do that is so dangerous? They would have us believe that communists merely hunger for power rather than wanting the power to end hunger. They would have us believe, well, the New York Times, let me refer to an editorial where they describe the undesirable and offensive Managua regime. By the way, these countries don't have governments, they have regimes. You see that in the newspaper.
All right. Sorry to interrupt you there, Michael. You just gotta love that Yelp running. Yeah? It's a classic, homie. It's just a classic. I'll listen to the same Rennie speech over and over and over again, and I'll get something new out of it every time. Same with Kwame Ture. How you doing, homie? What's new with you? The weirdest episode of The Simpsons? Which one? All right, let's figure this out. Where am I? Have to read that book? The one I just played? Oh yeah, it was all yellow. Derp. Exactly. Okay. Figure out what I need to dive into here. I'm in deep dive mode. Got this new book. I'm excited about this. Ulada, welcome in. Also, very pleased to see fellow Leftover Crack choking victim fans. Proletariat. What? Leftover Crack? Choking Victim song with Perenni in the intro? This is the name of a band? I don't know what's happening. Oh, the name of the band's Leftover Crack. Oh. Their band. Okay. Okay, I had no idea. It took me a minute there. We'll check that out, maybe. Ataturk in the Nazi Imagination. So I got this new book I gotta read. Looks long. 311 pages. I don't think we're going to be able to read that all here. Maybe I should just get into it.
Take, yeah. We're Leftover Crack from New York City.
Leftover Crack.
This is a choking victim song.
Oh, there's Scott. I like that.
Hello, everyone. So as many of you, I'm sure, know, we recently published my anthology, Marxism and the Dialectical Materialist Worldview, a anthology of classical Marxist texts on dialectical materialism. So what I want to do in this video is talk a little bit about the dialectical materialist method, which is one of the central components of the Marxist dialectical materialist worldview in general. In 1808, G.W.F. Hegel writes an article for popular dissemination asking the question, who thinks abstractly? His reply, the uneducated, not the educated. Good society does not think abstractly because it is too easy, because it is too lowly. For those unfamiliar with the usage of concrete and abstract in Hegel, or for that matter in Marxism, the response might serve as a shocking inversion of how popular consciousness conceives of the relationship between abstract and concrete thought, and subsequently between the types of people that think concretely and abstractly. The philosopher is often thought to be the one that thinks abstractly, contemplating things far away from what is thought to be concrete or centrally immediate. Plato's analogy of the philosopher as a ship captain condemned for stargazing is the archetypical imagery for this stereotype. What then is meant by abstract thinking, and why is it so lowly for Hegel? One thinks abstractly when they allow themselves to pass judgment on facts in a manner which severs facts from the factors out of which they emerged. It is factors which allow facts to be facts. The reverse, of course, is also true. When we take things directly as we experience them and then ask no further questions about the plethora of factors which created the conditions for the thing directly experienced, then we are thinking abstractly. Common sense has a saying for this mistake. It is, never judge a book by its cover. The message here is clear. Doomed to error is the judgment passed on superficial appearance. A boxing judge cannot appropriately judge if they arrive to the fight in the 12th round. Likewise, a fact cannot be properly understood without knowledge of the determinations that allowed it to arise. For instance, Hegel looks at a murder and says that, quote, one who knows men traces the development of the criminal's mind. He finds in his history, in his education, a bad family relationship between his father and mother, some tremendous harshness after this human being had done some minor wrong. So he became embittered against the social order, a first reaction to this that in effect expelled him and henceforth did not make it possible for him to preserve himself except through crime. There may be people who will say, when they hear such things, he wants to excuse the murderer, end quote. Setting aside the impressive century-early psychoanalysis of the person who committed the murder, Hegel's point is that context and history are ever present in everyday affairs. The amputation of a thing or an event from the history and interconnections out of which it arose makes the genuine comprehension of that thing or event unfeasible. On the other hand, concrete thought is present when the thing or event under examination is treated comprehensively in its development and interconnections. It is here wherein truth lies. As Hegel says in his lectures on the history of philosophy, quote, the true is concrete, and the concrete is the unity of diverse determinations, end quote. An almost identical statement is repeated in the famous section on the method of political economy from Marx's Grundrisse, specifically the introduction, where he says that, quote, the concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, a unity of the diverse, end quote. Herein lies the difference between abstract and concrete thought. Abstract thought is comfortable with examining things divorced from their determinations, that is, from the dynamic, both immanent and external factors which produce things. This form of reified thinking kills. It sucks the living spirit out of things and treats them as dead entities. Concrete thought, on the other hand, seeks to know how things are in their connection and relations and developments with the things that produced it. Nonetheless, it can never start with what is the most concrete. When it attempts to do so, it merely fondles an imagined concrete, a deceiving abstraction dressed in concrete clothing. Concrete thought, instead, must be thought of as a process of ascension from the less concrete to the most concrete. So from the most abstract to the less abstract, the most concrete. As Marx says, quote, "The reproduction of the concrete by way of thought is not a point of departure, but the result of a process of concentration." Concrete thought, then, contains abstract thought as a necessary moment in its ascension towards the concrete reproduction of the concrete. However, it overcomes this abstract immediacy by gathering the plethora of determinations which a thing presupposes in a manner which reproduces in the mind the active relations these determinations have with each other within a given totality. The dialectical method is precisely this, the method of the ascension from the abstract to the concrete. It is, as Hegel wrote, the, quote, "soul of all the knowledge which is truly scientific," and as Marx said, quote, "the scientifically correct method." This does not negate the fact that the ascension towards the concrete reproduction of the concrete in thought is itself a process of mental abstraction. In the same way as great joy produces tears and great sorrows smiles, this process of abstraction bears as a fruit its opposite, the concrete. As Evald Ilienkov eloquently states, quote, "The ascent from the concrete to the abstract and the ascent from the abstract to the concrete are two mutually assuming forms of the theoretical assimilation of the world. Each of them is realized only through its opposite and in unity with it," end quote. Nonetheless, the antipode which ascends from the abstract to the concrete is the dominant one, and hence the scientifically correct one. Its opposite, the ascension from the concrete to the abstract, is a necessary mediation for the ultimate theoretical goal of reproducing the concrete concretely. In sum, concrete thought, the ultimate result of the dialectical ascension from the abstract to the concrete, reproduces in a comprehensive manner for the mind the complex movements and interconnections in which all phenomena in nature and society are embedded in. In so doing, it provides the most scientifically apt method for understanding the world. Marxism, however, also serves as a guide to action, as an outlook which seeks to change as opposed to merely interpret the world. Hence, the dialectical process of attaining a concrete reproduction of the concrete is always grounded on and aimed towards revolutionary praxis. If you would like to hear more about the dialectical materialist method and its relationship to the dialectical materialist worldview in general, please make sure to check out my book, and specifically the introduction, Marxism and the Dialectical Materialist Worldview, an anthology of classical Marxist texts on dialectical materialism. You will find the link to purchase it in the description to this video. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. I understood all of that. Having a good time. All right. Well, what would I like to do? I'm not sure. I got a lot to get into here. I'm not sure if I'm done looking into Ataturk's life. So I think I'm gonna dig back into my project here. Working on Chotley Trap House. Ataturk. I gotta get to the point where, like, I know these... gotta know these Wikipedia articles like the back of my hand here. But I also think this is going to turn into a discussion about Turkification. All right, here we go. Here we go. So here's where we are. We're around here in 1920. The Ottoman Empire has reached its peak form about 200 years prior. Starts to diminish, especially in the years running up to World War I. Turkish nationalist idiots got Turkey into the World War on the side of Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire because they thought they'd win and they were fucking wrong. So along the way, they did some genocides. And the Treaty of Sevres broke up the Ottoman Empire, not because of the genocides. They didn't really care about that. They just wanted the land. And the outgoing sort of Ottoman Sultan, their people signed this Treaty of Sevres. Infuriating the nationalists, including Ataturk, which they thought gave away a ton of their, important land. And they're like, so after this treaty signed, or as the treaties, before the treaties even signed, he declared and assembled a Congress. He's appointed head. They signed the National Pact, which calls for the GNA, the Grand National Assembly, and an army. Well, are we there yet? No, not yet. I don't know. Oh, the GNA, that was 1919. In 1920, the GNA in April opens with him as speaker. That effectively signs his death warrant. Think about that. And I don't know where the treaty happened, sometime in this time.
Chile is rich.
Chile! Oh. Why does that not work? Fuck me, dude. I gotta fix the Pereni filter. Where's my piss Pereni filter? Oh fuck it, I'm in the zone right now. Let's just do this. Where'd you go? Alright, so here we go. What's going on? Here's my camera. Pure cam. Now what happens when that button goes off? Let's find that out first. It's gonna be a flow. It's gonna be piss Pereni piss filter. I'm looking for Lumix source mirror. I think it might be a source mirroring issue. I think since I updated OBS, a lot of shit is broke. All right, I cannot fix that right now. There's another thing I got to do that. There's too many things. I gotta fix the source mirror plugin. I gotta fix my NDI plugin. Ever since I updated OBS. Alright. Fuck, man, yeah. My flag's out for delivery? You know what's funny? I think I may have just heard the truck. Yeah, update broke a lot of my stuff. Oh well. Chile is rich. Here we are. The Treaty of Sevres is August. Sevres. I don't know how to say this. It's French. Maybe I should learn how to say this. Hold on. Fuck. Oh, here. August. So April, Grand National Assembly in Turkey, or Ottoman Empire, opens with him as speaker. It's his death sentence. A couple months later, August, the Treaty of Sevres is signed. They form the National Army. Well, let's figure out how to say Sevres. Sevres. Here we go.
Sevres.
Sevres. Sevres. Sevres. You got that, chat? Say it. Sevres. Sevres. Treaty of Sevres. Now you know. If you don't know, now you know, buddy. Sevres. Well, the move transition still works. That's nice. That's my bread and butter over here. All right. Sevres. 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 So. Sevres. Sevres. Tatyark. Sevres. Here. Back here. He persuaded the GNA. Persuaded the GNA to gather a national army. So 1920, they got themselves an army. They faced the Caliphate army, propped up by the Allied occupation forces, had the immediate task of fighting the Armenian forces in the Eastern Front in the Turkish-Armenian War, and the Greek forces advancing towards Smyrna. Today is Izmir. That they had occupied in May in the Western Front. Okay. So this is the Turkish War of Independence, they call it. Not sure I fully wrapped my head around this. Waged by the Turkish nationalist government at this time. During this time, pretty much the CUP, the CUP, the Committee for Unionization and Progress, and they were anti-communist, proto-fascists, you know, sort of. You wouldn't know by their name. They're pretty much in charge of the the government right now. Even though the Ottoman Empire still has a sultan, the writing's on the wall. And the Turkish nationalist government is waging these wars, committing these genocides, fighting Greece in the west, Armenia in the east, France in the south. All right, this is where this fits in. Let me make sure I understand the math here. All right. Orthodox Christian Rum people. Turkish nationalist movement carried out massacres and deportations to eliminate captive Christian populations in continuation of the Armenian genocide and other ethnic cleansing operations during World War I. So they're continuing the Armenian genocide. Sevres, that was perfect. Yeah. You ran it through the French TTS, and it's more like Savre. Savre. Yes, Sevres. Savre. Savre. That's actually more French, isn't it? Dang it. How do you say it? Yeah, we're not at the end of this rabbit hole here. Savres. Savre. Here you go, Emma. Like sucking me
French,
in.
Sèvres.
Sèvres. Sèvres, yeah.
French, Sèvres.
Yeah, actually, that's what I thought it was. That's what my French diction education was telling me. Sèvres. 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 There's sort of an... Yeah. Okay, now you know. Ataturk is a commander in the Turkish-Armenian War. On the Eastern Front. What? Not understanding this. Where's the Eastern Front? Yeah. Yeah, we saw this. Every joke's a deep dive over here. And then Hassan's responding. I have no idea what they're talking about. Every joke's a deep dive over here. I don't get anything. Is this it? Wait, is this it? What's going on here? Yeah, and Stavi telling Hassan, shut up, colonizer. So much going on over there. It's a Greeks versus Turks thing. A lot of stuff. Yeah, Stavi's Greek, he's Turkish. All right. Hey, who's gonna give me $8 so I can be verified on Twitter? Just kidding. I'd rather spend it on weed. Let the platform die. It seems to want to die. Just let it. Red Rust, welcome in. Why did Constantinople get the works? Nobody's business but the Turks. The Armistice of Mudros. You know about this one?
Concluded on the 30th of October 1918 and taking effect at noon the next day, the Armistice of Mudros, Turkish, Mondros Mutarekeshi, ended hostilities in the Middle Eastern theater between the Ottoman Empire and the Allies of World War I. It was signed by the Ottoman Minister of Marine Affairs Rauf Bey and British Admiral Somerset Arthur Gough Calthorpe, on board HMS Agamemnon in Mudros Harbor on the Greek island of Lemnos. Among its conditions, the Ottomans surrendered their remaining garrisons outside Anatolia, granted the Allies the right to occupy forts controlling the Straits of the Dardanelles and the Bosporus, and to occupy any Ottoman territory in case of disorder, threatening their security. The Ottoman army, including the Ottoman Air Force, was demobilized, and all ports, railways and other strategic points were made available for use by the Allies. In the Caucasus, the Ottomans had to retreat to within the pre-war borders between the Ottoman and the Russian empires. The armistice was followed by the occupation of Constantinople, Istanbul, and the subsequent partitioning of the Ottoman Empire. The Treaty of Sèvres, the 10th of August 1920, which was signed in the aftermath of World War I, imposed harsh terms on the Ottoman Empire, but it was never ratified by the Ottoman Parliament in Istanbul. The Ottoman Parliament was officially disbanded by the Allies on the 11th of April 1920 due to the overwhelming opposition of the Turkish MPs to the provisions discussed in Sèvres. Afterward, the Turkish War of Independence was fought from 1919 to 1923. The Grand National Assembly of Turkey, established in Ankara on the 23rd of April 1920 by Mustafa Kemal Pasha and his followers, including former MPs of the closed Ottoman Parliament, became the new de facto government of Turkey. The Armistice of Mudros was superseded by the Treaty of Lausanne, signed on the 24th of July 1923, following the Turkish victory in the War of Independence.
Wet ass P word. Nice.
Wow, this fucking idiot, dude.
Enver Pasha, one of the most influential members of the Ottoman government, maintained an optimistic stance, hid information that made the Ottoman position appear weak, and led most of the Ottoman elite to believe that the war was still winnable.
Kherson.
Okay, so, about Kherson. I'll try to give an explanation as to what happened, without any constructs like secret deals, or with I don't have any special information, this is just my personal view of the situation. TLDR is that Surovikin's explanation is, mostly, correct. The supply situation on the right bank was pretty fucked up. All the bridges were badly damaged, the pontoon crossings were actively being targeted. Supply was possible and satisfactory for the moment, but the situation could change rapidly, especially with AFU coming closer to the river.
AFU.
The Russian forces on the right bank were pretty numerous. I've seen estimates between 20 and 30,000. The Kremlin is deathly afraid of casualties. They are risk-averse to a point that is actively damaging the military campaign. I'm pretty sure that there was some kind of report from the military that there's a 1% or 5% or 10% or 50% or whatever chance that a large Russian force could be pressed against the Dnieper with no possibility of supply, leading to encirclement and defeat.
Alright, thank you.
Losing several thousand soldiers to captivity or death is such a nightmarish scenario for the Kremlin that even if the risk was 1%, they decided not to allow the very possibility of such a situation. I believe that this is also the reason for a lack of serious offensives. For that, you'd have to just send people forward and accept one or another degree of large losses. The Ukrainians don't care and are ready to fight until the biological extermination of fighting aged men. Russian society and more importantly the Kremlin are not ready for this. Mass death of soldiers, like I've said before, is, in the eyes of the Kremlin, the biggest threat to political stability in Russia. They believe that huge casualties are worse than strategic defeats. This is why RU forces are leaving Kherson, and this is why there are currently no large-scale offensives. Add to that the risk of a UKR winter offensive reaching the outskirts of Kherson and the fact that only 1/6 of the mobilized are ready to join the war, they decided to do this. As for a judgment of this decision, I don't know the probability of the nightmare scenario happening. Having seen the Kremlin's actions before, I'd guess a very low chance would have been enough to convince them that it's better to retreat. Considering that both Prigozhin and Kadyrov have publicly approved of this, as opposed to their reaction to the Kharkiv disaster, I believe this decision was highly questionable but likely not 100% the wrong move. Conversation. I'm pretty sure that there was some kind of report from. As for predictions, this whole thing looks like a preparation for going into defense until offensive potential is restored. That is, until all of the 300k mobilized are integrated into the fighting troops. I don't know how long that will take. Maybe another month, maybe 4.
Here's Ataturk hanging out at the Greco-Turkish War. He's everywhere, dude. I honestly think they were like positioning him to be the leader of the incoming nationalist government. They like brought him everywhere. They made sure he was in the mix everywhere, homie. Hey, Nasai, what's up, homie? You know much about this whole Turkish War of Independence? You want to chop it up? Can I take a short break, folks? I need to use the restroom. I'm gonna run the ad here as well. I hope you're subbed up. If you don't have a sub, maybe you have Amazon Prime. That's a free sub every month to your favorite channel, and I know that's mine. Got a meeting? Okay. Yeah, next time. I'll be, workshopping this stuff, woodshedding. What am I trying to say? Some of the stuff in an hour. That might work out. All right, I'm gonna run the ad, folks. Get subbed up. One of the best ways to get a gift sub is to be cool. Be a productive member of the community, in the sense that you're contributing to chat in fun, interesting, good ways, whatever. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere. Here comes the ad. Love your face.
Rather than wanting the power to end hunger, they would have us believe. The New York Times. Let me refer to an editorial where they describe the undesirable and offensive Managua regime. By the way, these countries don't have governments; they have regimes. You see that in newspapers all the time. We have governments. And I said to myself, what is undesirable and offensive about Managua? Is it the land reform program, where they took all that massive land owned by those few rich compradors and gave it out to the people who were starved for land? Is it the farm co-ops that they're setting up? Is it the community industries and the public work programs to create jobs for people who have been chronically unemployed? Is it the food program, a ration of beans and rice for every kid in Nicaragua so that nobody, no matter how poor that country is, they're all getting fed? Is it having the lowest infant mortality rate in Central America despite earthquake and civil war and foreign invasion and attack and embargo? Lower even than Costa Rica, which is supposed to be the big show place? What's so offensive about Managua? It is those things in some degree. It is creating a competing social order. It is people, it is those who have been downtrodden. It has been those who have been used as fodder in the capital accumulation process, now claiming back the process of production, claiming back their own land, claiming back their own flag, their own dignity, and saying this country is going to be for us and not for you anymore, gringo. And that's what communists are. I had somebody up in Vermont say, she got up and she was one of those trust funders who works on peace a lot, and she said, oh, sorry there. She said, people are saying that the Salvadoran guerrillas are communists, but they're not communists. They're just ordinary peasants. So why are we fighting them? The implication being that if they were communists, it would be okay to go in and pulverize them. And I pointed out that, well, look, at least in the FLN the front, there's at least two of those 5 groups. At least 2. I'm not sure about all of it. But at least 2 of them that would not deny the label communist. They would say, yo soy comunista. You know, they'd say it. And they would say it proudly. And what does it mean to be a communist? It means to fight and devote yourself to the people. If communists, if we leftists, if we Marxists, if we revolutionaries, if we progressives, if all we want is to hunger for power, then why do we side with the powerless? Then why don't we toady up to power? Why don't we take the road of the Henry Kissingers and the Daniel Patrick Moynahans and the Ziggy Brzezinskis and the Eugene Rostows and the McGeorge Bundys who toady up and mouth for power? When Henry Kissinger was made National Security Advisor for Richard Nixon, Nelson Rockefeller gave him $50,000 as a going away present. As Nelson Rockefeller testified himself before the Senate committee when he was being appointed Vice President of the United States. And they asked, and the senators, well, they really went at Rockefeller really hard. They said, why'd you do that, Mr. Rockefeller? And Rockefeller said, well, giving's always been a tradition in our family. Giving. They cast their bread upon the waters and more came back, dipping it. He was saying to Henry Kissinger, Henry, I brought you out of Harvard. I brought you out of that Center for, or whatever that was, Strategic Studies, because I liked the books you were writing, and you were writing them for me. Henry, you remember you're going to go work for Tricky Dick, but you remember who you belong to. And that's what hungering for power is. It's climbing, like the political climbers and careers have done in every country in the world. And we on the left don't do that. We stand out in the rain. We stand out on the picket line. We put our jobs on the line. We risk.
All right. Turkish War of Independence. Turkish War of Independence. Here, Greco-Turkish War. Greco-Turkish War. Western Anatolia. Some quick facts. All right. Spain releases a stamp series commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party. Hey, wow. I want to do this differently. Awesome. All the pashas. Justin? That's nice. Nice stamp. we doing here? I'm looking into, the Turkish nationalist movement, and I'm getting some background on the Turkish War of Independence and the Greco-Turkish War. Playing the one-note game. I'm winning. Wait, am I losing? It's hard to tell. All right, so here's what happened.
The Greek campaign was launched primarily because the Western Allies, particularly British Prime Minister David Lloyd George, had promised Greece territorial gains at the expense of the Ottoman Empire. Recently defeated in World War I, Greek claims stemmed from the fact that Anatolia had been part of ancient Greece in the Byzantine Empire before the Turks conquered the area in the 12th-15th centuries. The armed conflict started when the Greek forces landed in Smyrna, now Izmir, on the 15th of May 1919. They advanced inland and took control of the western and northwestern part of Anatolia, including the cities of Manisa, Balıkesir, Aydın, Kütahya, Bursa, and Eskişehir. Their advance was checked by Turkish forces at the Battle of the Sakarya in 1921. The Greek front collapsed with the Turkish counterattack in August 1922, and the war effectively ended with the recapture of Smyrna by Turkish forces in the Great Fire of Smyrna. As a result, the Greek government accepted the demands of the Turkish national movement and returned to its pre-war borders, thus leaving eastern Thrace and western Anatolia to Turkey. The Allies abandoned the Treaty of Sèvres to negotiate a new treaty at Lausanne with the Turkish national movement. The Treaty of Lausanne recognized the independence of the Republic of Turkey and its sovereignty over Anatolia, Istanbul, and eastern Thrace. The Greek and Turkish governments agreed to engage in a population exchange.
Hey guys. What's up? Watch my 666. Hey homie.
The burning of Smyrna, Greek, Catastrophe tes Smyrns, Smyrna catastrophe, Turkish, 1922 Izmir Yangini, 1922 Izmir fire, Armenian, Zamirnioy Mek Hurda, Zamirno Metz Hurda, destroyed much of the port city of Smyrna, modern Izmir, Turkey, in September 1922. Eyewitness reports state that the fire began on the 13th of September 1922 and lasted until it was largely extinguished on the 22nd of September. It began 4 days after the Turkish military captured the city on the 9th of September, effectively ending the Greco-Turkish War, more than 3 years after the landing of Greek army troops at Smyrna on the 15th of May 1919. Estimated Greek and Armenian deaths resulting from the fire range from 10,000 to 125,000. Approximately 80,000 to 400,000 Greek and Armenian refugees crammed the waterfront to escape from the fire. They were forced to remain there under harsh conditions for nearly 2 weeks. Turkish troops and irregulars have started committing massacres and atrocities against the Greek and Armenian population in the city before the outbreak of the fire. Many women were raped. Tens of thousands of Greek and Armenian men were subsequently deported into the interior of Anatolia, where most of them died in harsh conditions. The fire completely destroyed the Greek and Armenian quarters of the city. The Muslim and Jewish quarters escaped damage. There are different accounts and eyewitness reports about who was responsible for the fire. Some sources and scholars attribute it to Turkish soldiers setting fire to Greek and Armenian homes and businesses, while a few, Turkish or pro-Turkish, Sources hold that the Greeks and Armenians started the fire either to tarnish the Turks' reputation or deny them access to their former homes and businesses. Testimonies from Western eyewitnesses were printed in many Western newspapers.
Says the first elements of Mustafa Kemal's forces. A Turkish cavalry squadron made its way into the city. Was he personally leading these forces? 4 days later, it burns. There's an American destroyer called the USS Simpson. It's fucked up. Began in the Armenian quarter. Fuck. I'm gonna update the screen. Yeah, right? 30,000 channels got it? Yeah, you're right. They were literally blaming it on the Greeks or the Armenians. There are definitely bots. I don't want to ruin it for you, but yeah, you beat bots. There may have been like another one or two other players in there with you. I don't really know how it works. I don't want to burst your bubble though. You earned it though, you know. But yeah, they're bots. You played PUBG?
Hey guys.
It'll start getting harder. You'll know. What's up, Carpe Pax in the house? There are no bots in Fortnite because I don't play anymore. Motherfucker. Rad left dad. I can't stand you. Alright, you got a population exchange. When does this happen? 1923. Get this.
Love your face.
What happened here? This is part of the Lausanne agreement, the Lausanne Treaty. involved at least 1.6 million people, forcibly made refugees, and de jure denaturalized from their homelands. Holy shit. Your flag will be there between 4 and 8. Thanks, homie. It's a bit of a big window. Initial request, a population came from either. It's wild, man. Population exchange. Major compulsory population exchange or agreed mutual expulsion was based not on language or ethnicity, but religious identity, and involved nearly all the indigenous Orthodox Christian people of Turkey, the Rum, the Byzantine millet, including even Armenian and Turkish-speaking Orthodox groups. On the other side, in Greece, native Muslims, including even Greek-speaking Muslim citizens, such as the Valahades, the Cretan Turks, you got the Hammer Pants, but also Muslim Roma. Oh my god, dude, they're just getting expelled all over the place, huh? Shit. Each group, native peoples, citizens, and in cases even veterans of the state which expelled them, and neither had representation in the state purporting to speak for them in the exchange treaty. Wow. Wow, homies. They described it as a legalized form of mutual ethnic cleansing. I'd say so. Jesus Christ, that's just wild stuff. Holy shit, dude. There's so much to read. Whoa, here's their census. Jesus. There's so many rabbit holes to go down. Shit. Where was I? This Eastern Front thing. Where am I? It'd be interested in a Serbian deep dive. Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah. That's not on my priority. That's not high on my priority list, but yeah. Let's just say this. I want to be an understander of the world. And it's going to take some time here. I don't think I could do it without that flag. The juice is loose. I'm going to need that flag. Gonna need that flag. Where does their mutual affinity with Russia come from? Turkey or Serbia? I mean, they're at war with Russia for a while here. Serbia, no idea. I'm a baby brain on Serbia. I don't know shit. Turkish-Armenian War. Okay. GNA, Greek, fucking General National Assembly. This is effectively their government now. Yeah, a red left flag. August 1921. He's commander-in-chief of the GNA. What about that? The burning of Smyrna. What the fuck, dude? Ataturk is the fucking commander-in-chief of the GNA, and they're burning Smyrna after that fact. The Allies, ignoring the extent of Ataturk's successes, hope to impose a modified version of the Treaty of Sèvres as a peace settlement on Angora, but the proposal was rejected August 22, right before he burned Smyrna. Ataturk launched an all-out attack on the Greek lines. Wow, look at this motherfucking place over here. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus titty fucking Christ. Wow, man. Beautiful stuff. An all-out attack on the Greek lines here, and at the Battle of Dumlumpener. Is that Ataturk himself? That's fucking him, dude. What is he, walking over piles of dead bodies? Damn, tons of people died. So, he's overseeing this. He's overseeing that. He's got to oversee the burning of Smyrna. Yeah. Holy shit. He goes. So he's here in Izmir, Smyrna, and he sends a telegram the 10th. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, dude. He sends a telegram to the League of Nations on the 10th, stating the Turkish population is so worked up that the Ankara government would not be responsible for the ensuing massacres, which go on to happen literally 3 days later. They burn Smyrna. Holy shit, dude. What the fucking hell, man? Jesus Christ, man. He's like, sorry, we're about to do some massacres. Can't blame me. Well, you obviously knew about it.
This is not fine.
So November, the next month, they do the Conference of Lausanne. Is this different? Is this where the treaty comes from? Because I think the treaty signed in 23. So they're negotiating here. Because the Treaty of Sèvres was signed under the previous government, the Sultan's government. Now the nationalists have taken control. They're like, no. We speak. We're the new government now. I guess they... I don't know, actually. Okay, yeah, it is represented by the GNA. Okay. I get it. They refused any proposal would compromise Turkish sovereignty. 1923 they sign it. Okay. They're going to need a president. They're always crying about sovereignty. Man. Do 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 do. All right. All right, and this takes us to Kemalism, the establishment of the Turkish Republic, Six Arrows, Kemalism, Kemal's reign, all the way to just about the introduction of Tirkes. And that's pretty much, I think, where the first episode is going to go. So, I don't know. Do I have enough background knowledge? Let's take a peek. Don't look too closely here. World War I, Armenian genocide. Severus, Ottoman, Lausanne, Ataturk. His life, Turkification. How about a little bit about his life, huh? Born Mustafa. Second name, Kemal. That comes later during his army years, allegedly. Ataturk comes in 1934, so we're not even, like, there yet. When he gets named Ataturk, father of the Turks or something. Okay. Any questions for me? Concerns? I think I need a whole Ataturk page. I got a bunch of notes here. Fold in notes from clipboard. I'm gonna fold them in. And then I got all these other notes that I got. And there's a little bit broken up. I'm lost. A pigskin. Children. You know what? I might actually pull up the Caspian Report video on this. I think the guy is he's Azerbaijani, and I think he's sort of like, I don't know, pro-Turkic in that sense, you know? But he's got a video on Kemalism. I'm curious. This is wild to me.
By attitude. Mass. By having 1 foot in.
Yeah, look at these maps. You see how he does this?
Europe and 1 foot in the Middle East, Turkey's geographical and political position in the world means it has a particular...
Is that like a Google World thing? And then how do you overlay that Turkey red color?
Particularly important role to play in the stability of world politics.
If you're using Google Maps, you have to use an attribution, so he's cheating.
The country's steady lean towards the Islamic faith is a story that started roughly a century ago.
He's got some voiceover guy. What's going on here?
When Turkey was revolutionized under the leadership of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. I'm your host, Lewis, and welcome to Caspian Report. During World War I, when the Ottomans were defeated and the British, French, Greeks, Armenians and the Italians occupied the region, the Turkish nationalist movement,
wow, that framing,
led by Ataturk, responded with a war of liberation. Ataturk, literally meaning father of the Turks, was a renowned military commander who had led his troops defending Gallipoli during the Great War. His movement fought for independence and the creation of a new Turkish republic, yet Ataturk was a modernist who believed in science, rationality, and secularism. His nationalist movements had its roots in the Young Turks. These were exiles, students, and army officers who had training and education in the West and had also come to believe in ideals like the scientific method, the Enlightenment, and the French revolutionary tradition that...
Wow, this video. This is good B-roll. Where'd you get it?
Espoused universal rights and citizenship. Ataturk founded the Republican People's Party in 1919, and against all odds, he pushed the foreign powers out. In 1923, Turkey was born.
Holy shit, dude.
But under what principles was this new state to be developed? How would Ataturk build a modern nation? To address this fundamental question, Ataturk...
In the crumbling ruins of Smyrna, which they just burnt down,
Ataturk and his party designed what came to be known as Kemalism, a philosophy based around a synthesis of Western ideas. This was made up of 6 arrows. The first principle, or arrow, republicanism, firmly established that sovereignty lay with the people. There would be no more sultans, but this didn't necessarily lead to democracy in the European or American sense. During the 30s, under the shadow of World War I and the Great Depression, Western-style capitalism appeared to many as a failing system, while parliamentary democracy seemed like a never-ending series of squabbles. Because of this, Kemalists favoured a strong state and silenced and repressed many opponents and alternative parties. Which leads to the second principle, nationalism. This had a very different meaning than it does today. Nationalism simply implied that nations had the right to self-determination, and that no nation has a right to expand through imperial or colonial endeavours. It also meant that, as was written in the new constitution, the people of Turkey, regardless of religion and race, are Turks as regards to citizenship. The third principle was populism, again something that has started to take on a more nefarious meaning today, but had a more neutral definition at the time. Ataturk said in a speech in 1920 that, "I believe the essential reason of our existence now has proven the general tendency of our nation, and it is populism and people's government. It is the taking over of the government by the people." Complementing the first two principles then, populism meant that sovereignty lay with the people within national borders. Populism, though, also implies some kind of unity of the people. Turkish unity should supersede class or religious conflict. Which led to the fourth principle, etatism. This was a belief in the power of the state to get involved in areas of the economy that private industry was incapable of or proved inept at managing. Inspired by the Soviet Union without being communist, etatism is ultimately a socialist principle. The fifth principle was secularism. The Kemalist interpretation of secularism had more in common with French laicism than the American understanding. Laicism didn't mean the separation of religion and the state, but the control of religion by the state to keep it out of the public sphere by, for example, controlling the somewhat 80,000 mosques in the country, even though Muslims made up 97% of the total population. This had much in common with etatism, that the state should have control over the direction of the country, and that Islam was a conservative force that needed to be kept in check. Like most political concepts, Ataturk recognised that political interpretations change over time. Reformism then would be the sixth arrow. The ability to adjust a political movement to new circumstances was critical to the success of all the previous principles. So, understood through these 6 principles, new institutions were formed and a new culture was created. But much of the population was made up of the peasantry, who could neither read nor make sense of this new culture. Islam was also, of course, a dominant part of their lives. For Kemalism to be successful then, material and economic gains would be fundamental. The state invested in and monopolised many industries, like shipping and manufacturing, during the 1930s, with great success. Kemalism, though, has not been without its critics. Following the death of Ataturk in 1938, the members of the ruling party increasingly disagreed on the interpretation of the philosophy. Eventually, following the military coup of 1960, the fringe factions within the Republican People's Party started turning against each other. Left-wing party members started to view Kemalism as an anti-imperial socialist revolution, and like-minded university students and the masses from the working class sided with the left. Meanwhile, right-wing Kemalists became alarmed by this socialist attitude and used religion as a counterbalance as they found support amongst the rising middle classes in Anatolia. In essence, the friction was a reflection of the Cold War, where Islam was used as an antidote to communism. The discord between the left and the right severely weakened the Republican Party's grip over the government, and as a result, over the next decade, Turkey witnessed an era of radical politics. It is during this era that new splinter groups emerged, some of which fused with religious groups. In the 70s, Islam regained momentum as an important component of the Turkish identity. Two Islamic grassroots movements in particular made significant gains. One was Fethullah Gulen's Islamic movement, which was a progressive form of Sunni Islamic theology that emphasized education and science. It had a huge following across the country. The other was Nesmettin Erbakan's Islamist parties, some of which served in a coalition with the Republican People's Party. Both Gulen and Erbakan sought to use state institutions to shape public opinion in favour of Islamic-based governance. In the following decades, there was a surge in the number of state-funded religious schools in Turkey. In addition, religious practices and customs increased, tolerance of non-practicing Muslims decreased, and gender equality declined in public life. At the same time, the military leadership came to consider itself the custodians of Turkey's secularist and Kemalist ideology, and thus continued to keep Islamist ideas in check. On 4 occasions, the military leadership ousted civilian governments that flirted with religious ideas, and each time the military returned political power to the civilian leadership. At the turn of the 21st century, religious influences entered the political realm as the geopolitical landscape changed. First, European leaders retreated from the EU's commitment to accept Turkey as a full member state. And second, the United States launched a military campaign in Iraq and reignited sectarian tensions in Turkey. The Turkish public felt largely abandoned by the events. Erdogan, whose political career began with Erbakan's organisation, aimed to capitalise on the changing global and local landscapes and offer the Turkish public an alternative to secular Kemalism. Having served as Istanbul's mayor from 1994 to 1998, Erdogan unified the top members of the Gulen and Erbakan movements and formed the Justice and Development Party in 2001. In the ensuing years, Erdogan strengthened the position of his party, doubled Turkey's GDP in the first 6 years of government, and largely avoided the effects of the 2008 financial crash. Like Kemalism roughly a century earlier, rapid modernisation has increased the popularity of Erdogan's policies and the strengthening of his executive powers. In doing so, Erdogan formulated a new political concept named Erdoganism, which was to rival Kemalism for the heart and soul of Turkey. Yet, if anything can be said of Turkey's turbulent political past, it's that the fight between the secular and the religious forces in the country is far from over. I've been your host, Lewis, and if you want to see more of my videos, then check out my channel then and now through the link in the description
The 20th century for the Ottoman Empire was marked, or more accurately, scarred, by one thing: collapse. Turkey's conquering power from the past 600 years would finally come to a humiliating end, with the whole world watching. The sick man of Europe would be unable to overcome the devastation brought by the Balkans wars and events to follow. The first domino to fall was actually prior to the Balkan Wars, and is known as the Young Turk Revolution. The Young Turks, alongside other reformist groups making up...
You already watched this one.
...by Ataturk, responded with a war...
This episode of The Great War is
pretty long. Go back to the Lausanne conference.
The conference lasted for 11 weeks. It heard speeches from Benito Mussolini of Italy and Raymond Poincaré of France. The proceedings of the conference were notable for the stubborn diplomacy of Ismet Pasha. Already partially deaf, he would simply turn off his hearing aid when Curzon launched into lengthy speeches denouncing the Turkish position. Once Curzon was finished, Ismet Pasha would restate his original demands and be oblivious to Curzon's denunciations.
Chad negotiating move. Yeah, I'm not listening.
At the conclusion, Turkey assented to the political clauses in the Freedom of the Straits, Britain's main concern. The matter of the status of Mosul was deferred since Curzon refused to be budged from the British position that the area was part of Iraq. The French delegation, however, did not achieve any of its goals. On the 30th of January 1923, it issued a statement that it did not consider the draft treaty to be any more than a basis of discussion. The Turks, therefore, refused to sign the treaty. On the 4th of February 1923, Curzon made a final appeal to Ismet Pasha to sign, and when he refused, Curzon broke off negotiations and left that night on the Orient Express. The harsh Treaty of Sèvres imposed upon the government of the Ottoman Empire after World War I by the Allied powers included provisions that demanded the partition of Anatolia. The treaty demanded the occupation of French and Italian zones of occupation in the southeast and southwest, the cession of much of western Anatolia.
Alright, whatever. Alright. I'm bored. Yeah. I'm bored, you're bored. We can't have that. Not on my watch. All right. Let's get going. Let's get out of here. I want to thank you for your time. Thanks for hanging out with me. Throw fireworks at each other? Yeah, right. All right, looks like Hilda Beast is on. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to get out of here. Please support the channel. Please support my content. The new Multipolarista? No. What's that one about? Seems like every single video of his is like an hour long. Great one, y'all. I think I'm going to wrap up, yeah. Could use a nap. We'll come back to that later. I'm sure it's not going anywhere. All right. I'm broke. No problem, Allie. Love your face. Looks like Hildebeest is playing some video games. I think you're going to love Hildebeest's stream. Folks, be good to yourself. Be good to each other. Safety first. And repeat after me if you want to. I am a revolutionary. Yeah. You're not a reactionary, a liberal, libertarian, right-winger, reformist. You're a revolutionary. That's right. You'll love to see it. We will see you next time. I hope to see you tomorrow. Thanks, y'all. Have a really nice night. Have a beautiful night. Bye, y'all. Thanks. Thanks so much for helping keep this stream going. Love your face. See you next time. All right.